Good morning, and welcome to day 12 of the Diddy trial. Today is expected to be an interesting day. We have Deonte Nash, who is still on the stand, and he was a very interesting witness yesterday. I thought a very good witness for the defense. Also came across as a bit of a character. I'm sure he provided a little bit of laughter for the people in the courtroom. But the big uh person who's expected to testify today is a person they are calling Mia. She is a mystery witness. This is an alias. We do know that she used to work for Diddy. From what we understand, she was a past assistant of Diddy. But in addition to her testifying to things she witnessed, Mia will also be testifying to things that she was subjected to. So she will also be testifying today. They left off yesterday with Deonte Nash. He was supposed to fly out yesterday. They even talked about that a little bit in the information we got. They had to rebook his flight. So they're trying to get him off the stand this morning because he has a flight back to LA. They're scheduled for 2 o'clock, but he's on the stand right now. So what I'll do is just quickly catch everybody up with what has went on so far this morning before we transition over to the live thread on X, where Inner City Press is providing updates along the way as to what is happening in the courtroom and who said what. Right. So this morning, the testimony resumed with Deonte Nash. He's actually on the stand right now. Prosecutors say they have called or plan to call a woman identified as Mia. They said yesterday that they expect Mia to be on the stand through the end of tomorrow. And the prosecutors also wanted to make sure that there was no video feed to the overflow courtroom for the duration of Mia's testimony. Again, they're trying to keep her identity a secret. I think that's over with after today. But the judge denied that. The judge was of the position that the overflow courtroom, if there had been enough room, those people would have actually been in the courtroom. So they will see who Mia is. And that's why I said, yeah, after today, we all will probably know who Mia is, although right now she's going under an alias. So let's see. The defense resumes cross-examination of the celebrity stylist. That's Deonte Nash. And we'll just catch up really quickly with what CNN has here. And then like I said, we'll switch over. Okay, Deonte Nash, a celebrity stylist, a friend of Cassie, testified that people who worked for Diddy told him at the time that Ventura and Combs had broken up when she started dating Kid Cudi in 2011. Again, this is another interesting thing because they talk about Cassie and Diddy being on a break. Hold 1 second, y'all. Drive safely. Daughter's leaving for work. My apologies. Drive safely. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Life is still happening. All right. So where was I? Yeah. Yes, Cassie had testified earlier that when she started dealing with Kid Cudi, she was on a break. But what she also testified to was the fact that she was still doing freak offs with Diddy. So this break, quote unquote break, I don't know. I don't think in Diddy's mind there was a quote unquote break. Um, so let's see. Deonte testified to that. Unprompted. I told you this guy was a character. Unprompted. Deonte Nash offered that he set up Cassie Ventura with actor Michael B. Jordan. You know, I never like when Michael's name comes up in this foolishness. This is the extent of it, though, right? We hadn't heard anything else as far as him being involved in anything else. But anyway, so Deonte was the one trying to hook that up. Quote, yes, I did hook her up with Michael B. Jordan. I know where we're going with this, Nash testified. He fine, she fine. I mean, why not? Deonte, hurry up and get through with your testimony so we can find out who this Mia person is and go on to the airport and catch your flight. Okay? But anyway, the judge warned Nash a few times to wait for a question and only answer the question asked. Nash said that Ventura and Diddy broke up while she was in South Africa after she found out Combs was seen in public with Gina at an event. Gina has been described in testimony as an ex-girlfriend of Combs. So Deonte Nash tried to hook up Michael B. Jordan and Cassie. Now, as that story goes, Michael B. Jordan received a phone call, allegedly, from Diddy threatening him about being involved with Cassie. All right. The stylist then testified that Cassie was upset with Combs' relationship with other women. And then the defense attorney showed Deonte Nash, a celebrity stylist and friend of Cassie Ventura, a series of texts he sent Ventura in 2015, around the time she learned Sean Diddy Combs was with Gina in public. In one text, Nash told Ventura to quote unquote ignore. On the stand, Nash said, "I don't remember the context, but I'm sure we were being antagonized by your client." Oh, Deonte. Okay, Deonte Nash testified that Combs was contacting him and Ventura when he heard Ventura was talking to Michael B. Jordan. He also said his close friend Ventura, quote, wasn't pressed about Combs' relationship with Gina. Nash said Ventura was mostly upset that Combs, quote unquote, running around with other women affected her career. Now, I don't know if I believe that, Deonte. I don't know if you got that all the way right, Deonte, because Cassie herself has already testified to the fact that she was very upset about Diddy being with Gina, and she was very jealous of the situation. So I think she was a bit pressed. So don't think you got that one exactly right, and that is based off of Cassie's own testimony. The jury saw a message Cassie sent to Deonte in October 2013. Quote, "I already said I'm going to ask Puff if I can go, but I've been turning up too much lately, which is true," the message said, referring to Diddy's nickname. Nash testified that the phrase turning up too much likely meant going out too much. The defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, returned to Deonte Nash's testimony about the time in 2013 or 2014 when Cassie told him the video Sean Diddy Combs was threatening to release showed her with other men. Nash confirmed that even though they had been close since 2008, this was the first time he learned that she was having sex with other men. Quote, "She kept that part of her life secret from you?" the defense attorney asked, and Nash replied, "Yes." Okay, we could skip this part as far as the legal analyst position on Deonte's testimony, and let's see where we are. Okay. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson suggested that Deonte Nash's testimony about his account of Cassie Ventura's 29th birthday party doesn't match what he told prosecutors about the incident in a pretrial meeting. Nash testified yesterday that the night they celebrated Ventura's birthday, Diddy and Cassie argued at dinner. And Combs told her he did everything for her, but she couldn't do, quote, this one thing. But Donaldson suggested the government's interview notes didn't reflect those details. Nash also didn't tell prosecutors that he saw Combs pointing in Ventura's face in a corner of a karaoke bar that night. Nash has testified several times he didn't expand on many things with prosecutors during pretrial interviews and never wanted to be involved in the case. The defense attorney returned to Deonte Nash's previous testimony about a trip to Las Vegas over New Year's in 2016, 2017, when he saw a man enter Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs' hotel room. Excuse me. The celebrity stylist confirmed that he left their room after Ventura said Combs wanted to invite another man over. Donaldson suggested that since Nash left without asking any questions, he must not have had any concerns about Ventura's safety. Nash said, I always did. But in this situation, you left the room anyway? And Nash responded, yes. Yeah, well, Nash wouldn't be the only one who either didn't say anything or um, complied with whatever the requests were at the time, regardless if they were in fear of her safety or not. That is just a running thing. She didn't leave the situation out of fear for her own safety. So I'm just saying the abuse, the trauma, the fear of losing income, all of that played a part in a lot of people. Like, in spite of what could be a risk to their safety, they stuck around. Deonte Nash, a celebrity stylist and a friend of Cassie, testified that he stopped working with Diddy in 2018, but they still kept in touch afterwards. He said, I've never spoken to Mr. Combs, and he hasn't asked about Cassie. The jury saw messages between Nash and Combs from January 2019. Nash messaged Combs that he was sending love, and Combs responded, yeah, right. We was fam, Combs said, adding that he was disappointed. Okay, so Nash messaged Combs that he was sending love, and Combs responded, yeah, right. We was fam, Combs said, adding that he was disappointed. Combs then referenced, quote, the trainer, an apparent reference to Alex Fine, Cassie's current husband, who was formerly her personal trainer. Quote, on a real note, how is she? Make sure she's all right, Combs said in the messages. These people are just, they're so twisted. Okay. Prosecutors have called a witness identified as Mia to the stand. Okay, so they wrapped up Deonte, and as soon as I get through these couple of updates, we're going to go to the X feed where we can literally get what's happening in the court at a little bit closer to real time. All right, so we have Mia coming to the stand. Mia is a person we've been waiting on. She is going to be another victim of I think they're going to try to tie her to some of the sex trafficking charges. So she is an ex-assistant of Diddy's. So there's already been testimony like from Deonte where he and Mia were together trying to protect Cassie when Cassie got the gash on her head for being pushed by Diddy and head hit the bed frame. So, but Mia is an alias. So we don't know who Mia is right now. But this is a much anticipated testimony. So we'll see what it gives. Um, and let's see, Deonte Nash is off the stand. Defense attorney has wrapped up cross-examination of Deonte Nash. I guess he's going to make his flight today. That's leaving at 2:00. Prosecutor briefly addressed Nash on redirect examination, asking why he was always concerned for Cassie, even though there were times when she was happy with Diddy. Quote, it can go from happy to chaotic in a split second, Nash said. The stylist said he had seen it happen in front of him and clarified that by chaotic, he meant Combs acting violent. So Nash's testimony ended. So let's hop on over to the X feed and let me just share that screen with y'all. So just give me a second. That ended rather quickly. So I'm kind of glad about that because they're making it sound as if they are going to have Mia on the stand for quite some time, is how they're making it sound. So I'm glad that kind of wrapped up kind of quickly. All right, so let's just take a look, and I'm going to scan through because a lot of what is covered in the verbatims that we're getting from Inner City Press was probably already covered in the CNN update we just went through. Okay, so let's just start here. Defense attorney, what was Capricorn Clark's role in 2011, the mixtape? Nash said she was gone. What did she work on when she was there? Deonte, maybe the photo shoot you guys showed yesterday. I learned a lot from Capricorn, actually. Defense attorney, do you recall a picture of Cassie and in green hair? Uh, Nash said that was a group idea. I walked the carpet with Cassie in New York at the VMAs. It was a curated look. Defense attorney, you had to get approval. Nash said yes from Puff. Defense attorney, you say Mr. Combs was kicking Cassie on the ground, the unfortunate eye gash incident, correct? Nash replied, yes. You didn't tell the prosecutors she was kicked while bleeding? Nash said they didn't ask. I only answered what they asked. Defense attorney, you know Cassie was in a relationship with Kid Cudi while she was in a relationship with Mr. Combs. Nash replied, "Oh, okay." Defense attorney, you didn't know? Nash, I thought she and Puff had broken up. Defense attorney, Cassie was in South Africa. South Africa. You were at the Revolt conference in Miami, correct? Nash replied, "Yes, I was there to style Lil' Kim." Defense attorney, so yes, I put her together with Michael B. Jordan. I mean, he fine, she fine, why not? The judge said, hold on. The judge is like, okay, Deonte, you doing a little bit too much. Just answer what the people are asking you. You don't have to add all this sauce to it. All right, so defense attorney. So Gina was in Miami too. Deonte said, no, you don't put that on me. They kept me away from seeing Gina. Defense attorney, Cassie got upset. Nash replied, she said, why does he keep humiliating me and my career? Donaldson, she was upset. Deonte said, not really. Deonte, that is not what Cassie said. Cassie testified on the stand that she was upset. So, all right. So somebody's not, either Cassie doesn't know how she was feeling or she was trying to convince the jury of something. But all I'm saying is Deonte Nash's perception of that moment differs from Cassie's testimony of how she actually felt in that moment. Defense attorney, you set her up with Michael B. Jordan. Nash replied, yes. And Mia drove it home, making sure she had his number. Defense attorney, so a bad boy employee set her up with Michael Jordan. Deonte replied, that's Michael B. Jordan. Don't mess that up. Okay, Deonte. All right. Defense attorney, do you know Andre Branch? Nash replied, no. Defense attorney, you were aware Cassie was in a relationship with Andre Branch? Nash replied, oh, the cute football player? Yes, but I never met him. Defense attorney, and in 2016, with Brandon of the NBA, sorry. Defense attorney, in these texts, you talk with Cassie about Michael B. Jordan. You say, no one better say to me, L-Y. What is L-Y? Nash replied, love you. Or maybe it's a typo. L-Y, know everything. I don't remember. I'm sure we were being antagonized by your client. Defense attorney, Cassie was upset by Gina. Deonte replied, she said, girl, let's go out and do our thing. Defense attorney, do what she want to do? Nash replied, actually, we are both pretty chill. Stayed in the house a lot, but that would be fair. Okay. Defense attorney, let's read these messages. You do the blue. Deonte Nash said, oh, you got some names in here. Defense attorney, just go ahead. Nash, where you going? Donaldson, that's Cassie. Secret trip out of town. Nash, girl. The courtroom laughs. The courtroom is probably going to miss Deonte. The people there, especially the people in the jury, because I'm like, oh, we could use some laughter every now and then up in here. Okay. Nash then said, good friends don't pry. That's not my method. I just replied, girl. Defense attorney, highlight the green part. Cassie is telling you October 30th, 2013, after the incident with the cut on the face. She says, I've already been turning up too much. Now, this is an interesting angle for the defense attorney to take, because it feels like they're trying to assassinate Cassie's character, and I think that might be a bad strategy. Because if their thought with bringing this up now is for the jury to say, okay, look, she was allegedly so hurt by our client and physically hurt by our client, but she's still turning up, could she possibly be as hurt as she's professing to be? That's a whack strategy to me, if that's the intention here by the defense. And again, trying to make lemonade out of lemons. And that would not come off well with me if I was on the jury. Defense attorney, you saw her with a black eye on FaceTime around the time of the Intercontinental. And Intercontinental, that's the whole incident at the hotel, the video that we all saw. Deonte Nash said, I saw it in person. When her makeup would wear off, you could see it. If Mr. Donaldson, let Mr. Donaldson ask you the questions. The judge is basically telling Deonte, hold your mule. You getting ahead of the person asking you the questions. A defense attorney, you read these after Cassie says this end is wasted. We both did the same. Nash replied, is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about a Gwen Stefani song. Defense attorney, he said, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset. And Nash replied, and we did. Defense attorney, did she mention to you about having threesomes with other men? Nash replied, no, she didn't tell me. Defense attorney, Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift up. On May 10th, 2025, you told the government the videos came from her phone. Nash, no, I told them that he would tape her on her phone. Defense attorney, isn't it true she said videos were from her phone? Deonte Nash replied, he would record her on her phone. I stand firm on that. Defense attorney, you say Mr. Combs said you won't do this one thing for me. Deonte replied, yes. Defense attorney, you said you saw Mr. Combs pointing in Cassie's face in the blind dragon, right? But you never told the government, right? The first you said it is at the trial. Nash replied, I guess so. I gave them very little by phone. She said she didn't want to go. Okay. Defense attorney, you helped pick her clothes for court? Nash replied, she couldn't fit anything. She needed clothes. Defense attorney, for the pregnancy? Nash said, right. Defense attorney, on that Friday after she finished, she called you and said, I'm done. Nash replied, it wasn't like that. Defense attorney, did you get Cassie super high? Nash replied, what? No, I did not. And then the judge said, Mr. Nash. Defense attorney, this 29th birthday, you say she packed sex toys in her duffel bag from her bedroom, right? Nash replied, correct. Defense attorney, Mr. Combs didn't say grab the sex toys. Nash replied, they were going, defense attorney, on the golf cart. Let's talk about Las Vegas. New Year's 2016-17. You said you were told Cassie was sleeping all day. Deonte Nash replied, correct. Defense attorney, he put up an exhibit for the parties only. What's this? Nash replied, Cassie. Okay. Defense attorney, the low budget producer you mentioned was there. Nash replied, yes, right next to me, snoring. Defense attorney, you say Cassie told you another man was coming over and asked you to leave. Nash replied, both of us. Your reaction was, yes. Okay, don't know what that means. Defense attorney, you saw a man walking around knocking on the door and they let him in. Nash replied, yes. There were not drugs, right? Nash replied, we were doing them in our separate places. Once I started working, I just started going. I was packing my 10 body bags. Defense attorney, then they went to a hotel, and again, she didn't tell you she didn't want to go, correct? Nash replied, actually, she said she wanted to stay home, work on her music. Defense attorney, read the green. Nash replied, enjoy y'all time together. Y'all don't get much of this. Defense attorney, that's you telling Cassie in January 2017 to enjoy her time with Puff, correct? Nash replied, yes. Cassie wrote, I spoke up for myself, and you wrote, you wish you were with them on vacation. Nash replied, no, I meant in Mexico, not with them. Defense attorney, Cassie wrote, the next room is on the beach. This one on the golf course. I have everything organized. Nash, I wrote, LOL, do you all have a lot of shit? Defense attorney asked Cassie, yes, but we made it all fit. Nash, girl, you always on vacation. Defense attorney, you stayed in touch with Mr. Combs? Deonte Nash replied, yeah, because he was cutting up. Defense attorney, oh, I get it. You did a seafood thing with Cassie. Nash replied, correct. Donaldson is showing Deonte Nash another exhibit. You know Kim Porter, who tragically passed? Nash replied, yes. Kim Porter's name again. You knew Andre Harrell passed? Nash replied, yes. You texted Mr. Combs to make sure he okay? Nash replied, correct. Defense attorney, Mr. Combs wrote to you, the trainer. You could have given me a heads up. Black heart emoji. How is she? He meant Cassie? Yes. Defense attorney, in 2020, you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you. Anything you need, I got you. Nash replied, yes. Defense attorney, Mr. Combs won an award that year and you congratulated him. Nash replied, I don't think so. I asked how to RSVP to his party for someone else, Claire Summers, whoever that is. Let me make just a note because y'all know I am keeping a running list of all entertainers mentioned. And since he's now mentioned Andre Harrell, who is deceased, and I don't know who Claire Summers is. Summers? I don't know who that is. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so defense attorney said Cassie told you about a secret trip. Prosecutor object, judge sustained. You deeply care for Cassie for 15 years. Deonte Nash said yes. She kept secrets from you. Nash replied, and I do from her. We don't have to tell each other everything. Defense attorney, nothing further on redirect. Okay, so now the prosecution is getting ready to redirect the questioning for Deonte Nash. Was Mr. Combs, let's see, Maureen Comey, why are you afraid of her? Maureen, okay, so y'all forgive me. The prosecutor is Maureen Comey. So reading this, these verbatim, say I'll just refer to her as the prosecutor. Prosecutor, why were you afraid for her? Deonte Nash, things could get violent fast. What devices did Mr. Combs use to film her? Nash replied, hers. You said they appeared high at the 29th birthday party. Nash replied, yes. Was Mr. Combs in control of his actions? Nash replied, yes. And what did you say? Nash replied, and what did they mean and what did he say? And Nash replied, you're going to get some DICK tonight. Prosecutor, did she want to go? Nash replied, no. Prosecutor said no other questions. The defense also had no other questions. So Mr. Deonte Nash has been excused from the witness stand. Deonte Nash was a character. I think the most powerful thing or testimony from Deonte Nash might have been the incident where he and the person they're calling Mia jumped on Diddy's back to try to get in the middle of him beating up Cassie in another incident. And in that incident, Cassie's head ended up hitting the bed frame, so there was a gash on her brow. And Diddy looked at all of them and said, "Look what y'all made me do." And I just think how he painted that incident, what was happening, Diddy using that classic response that abusers use, "Look at what you made me do." I think that was probably the most powerful thing we got out of Deonte's testimony. But again, he is now off the stand, and we are now going to finally start getting testimony from this person that they are calling Mia. So let's go up to where it starts with Mia. And okay, we're starting right here. The next witness will use a pseudonym. There is to be no recording. Witness comes in. Prosecutor, how do you wish to be identified? Mia, MIA. Prosecutor, don't show this exhibit. What is it? Mia said, my passport. Prosecutor, show it for the jury only. Brian Steele, who's working for the defense, said, I would like to see it too. Prosecutor, where are you from? Virginia Beach, Virginia. Prosecutor, who is this? Sean Combs. What did you call him? Puff. I worked for him as a personal assistant. Then as a director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. Prosecutor, how was it working there? Puff's mood changed all the time. Was he violent to you? Yes. He's thrown things at me. He's thrown me against the wall into a pool, ice bucket on my head, slammed my arms into a door. Oh my Lord. And he sexually assaulted me. Prosecutor, sexually assaulted you more than once, more than once. So, whoever Mia is, this is important. This is really important, especially for the prosecution, because for the jury, I'm sure they're wanting to say, yes, they feel as if they've already given us enough information to say there's a criteria here for sex trafficking that's being met, even with just Cassie. Coercion, the violence, manipulation, if you give them drugs, the fear, the psychological manipulation, all of that's in the criteria details, right? To support the predicate acts you need to find a person guilty of in order to find them guilty of racketeering. So now they're saying, but it's not just Cassie. Again, this is another person. And this person, I'm thinking they're going to try to show us that there's a pattern with Cassie, but the pattern of behavior is not limited to Cassie. So I think Mia is an extremely important witness for the prosecution. So let's go back to the testimony. Mia says that he assaulted me, and the prosecutor said sexually assaulted you more than once. Mia said more than once. Did you want to be in the arts? Prosecutor asked. Yes. This was before social media. I thought if I put my mattress on my car and drove to New York, I could do it. I went to work for Georgina Chapman, red carpet dressing. Prosecutor, and then assistant to Mike Myers. Prosecutor, how did Mr. Combs hire you? I met with a recruiter. I met with HR and Tony Fletcher. Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs interview you? Mia said at his apartment, he was on the phone wearing his underwear. The HR lady left. Prosecutor, did he put on clothes? Mia said yes. Prosecutor, did you get the job? Mia said yes, I was excited. How much did you expect to work? Mia said a lot, but I didn't fully understand. How much were you paid? Mia said $50,000. Prosecutor, what did you do on your first day? HR told me I was on trial for 2 weeks. Okay, so I guess like a probationary period of some sort. Okay. What did I just do? Did I leave off that? Okay, here we are. I'm sorry, lost my spot there for a second. Um, okay. Mia said, HR told me I was on trial for 2 weeks. Prosecutor, where did you start? His Alpine, New Jersey house. I was there all day. Prosecutor, then where? Back to the office for a few hours more. Then I was told Puff wanted me to come to the studio. Prosecutor, how long were you there? Until 1 p.m. the next day. Prosecutor, then where did you go? Puff's apartment, then home. Prosecutor, how fast did you have to return? I did not take a nap. I did not want to risk it. Prosecutor, how much did you sleep during your first 24 hours on the job? I did not. I took it as a challenge. There had been a TV show a few years before called I Want to Work for Diddy. It was like that. Prosecutor, how did you deal with the lack of sleep? When I was young, I'd tell myself you could sleep at 3 p.m. Uh, Still, from the defense objects and the judge overrules the objection. Prosecutor, how long did you stay up once? 5 days. Wow. I take Adderall extended release. I could quasi function and stay awake. When did you go to sleep? My hearing went and my equilibrium was off. Blurred vision, lights that weren't there. I cried. Were you told, prosecutor, were you then told you could sleep? Mia said, yes. Prosecutor, by whom? Puff. Prosecutor, why did you stay awake that long? Mia, I was working. Prosecutor, I'm introducing exhibits. All right. So let's see what happened after that. I wish we could see like the exhibits. All right. These exhibits are under seal. The defense attorney says we renew our objection. The judge said admitted under seal. Prosecutor, Mia, what is this? A list of my responsibilities I sent to Tony Fletcher on November 10th, 2011. Puff has said, I don't know what you do all day. Prosecutor, let's focus on a few things in this document. Please read this, Mia. Mia replied, all of PD's social media presence. Who is PD? Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. I wrote main liaison between PD and Hollywood. Prosecutor, did you do that? Mia said Blackberry 24/7. Mia also read, I wrote anticipate his moves. Prosecutor, why was this important? Mia said it dictated the day. Prosecutor, you wrote every day is different. Mia, and that, quote, he could ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes. Prosecutor, did you have an apartment? Yes, in New York City. Were you there much? The prosecutor asked. Mia said, no, my roommates joked they lived with a ghost. Prosecutor, in LA, where did you stay? Mia said, in the staff house, then in Puff's house, 9933 Beverly Grove, then 9374 Beverly Crest Drive, then 200 South Mapleton. Prosecutor, in Miami, and then Mia said 2-star. Okay, I'm not sure. That seems a little bit out of context. Prosecutor asked, could you leave? Mia said, only with Puff's permission. Once I left at 2 a.m. after he was asleep, I got in big trouble. What happened? The prosecutor asked. Security called me to say he was sending them to find me. It was at the first LA house, 2009 or 2010. Now, could you imagine that? If you're working pretty much around the clock, this maniac that you're working for finally goes to sleep. So you're like, okay, fine, now I can go home. And he has security call you and say they're trying to find you because obviously he wants you to still be at the house. Okay. Well, we'll see. We're waiting on the next update. But while we're doing that, let me flip over to CNN and tell you what they're saying about this testimony. Mia, one of Diddy Combs' former assistants and alleged victim, testified that she worked for Combs in two roles: personal assistant and director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. Mia described the work environment with Combs as chaotic and toxic. It was chaotic, it was toxic, it could be exciting. The highs were really high and the lows were really low. Now, you know, Diddy's attorneys or someone has gotten on out in the rumor mill that Diddy's bipolar. So I don't know if they're going to try to use that, but I really don't feel that's going to save him. Even if he is bipolar, I don't think that's going to save him. Puff's mood determined the atmosphere, she said, and his mood shifted all the time. Could be bipolar, but honey, that's not going to be an excuse. Mia, a former assistant to Diddy Combs, who was testifying under a pseudonym, listed several ways she said Combs had been violent with her. Quote, he's thrown things at me. He's thrown me against the wall. He's thrown me into a pool. He's thrown an ice bucket on my head, she said. She said that Combs also sexually assaulted her on more than one occasion. Wow. Let's see, a former assistant to Diddy, okay, who is testifying in his sex trafficking trial, says she was about 25 or 26 when she first applied to work for Combs. As part of the interview process, the woman who is testifying today under the pseudonym Mia went to Combs's apartment to meet with him along with the head of human resources. She testified that Combs answered the door in his underwear and the head of HR introduced them and then left. Mia said he later put more clothes on. Mia was told she would work 40 hours a week, but she testified that she always worked more than that and that she was told her starting salary would be $55,000, but it was actually $50,000. And I'm going to tell y'all, that is no money. First of all, this person, like some of the other assistants have testified, if not all of the assistants have testified, this was an around the clock job. Around the clock. Not to mention, these people are either in New York or LA or Miami, meaning cost of living is high. Cost of living is high. One of Diddy's assistants, Capricorn Clark, testified that HR, I guess, calculated the numbers and let Diddy know that she was owed $80,000 in overtime for like a 3-month period of work. And Capricorn Clark said Diddy tore up whatever HR had put together and she never got the money. So these people are really not getting paid at all for this work that they're doing. And Diddy, to me, is treating them probably like he was treating the people on his reality shows who really wanted to work for him. I mean, that's how it's coming across. Like, you all should just be happy that you have a chance to say that you work for Sean Combs. So I'm going to pay you pennies and run you ragged and also put my hands on you when I feel like I want to. And y'all going to be fine with it because I'm Diddy. That's what it's giving. Okay. One time she recalled working 5 days straight without sleep. Extended release Adderall helped her stay awake. When she finally had a breakdown from exhaustion, crying uncontrollably, Diddy told her she could leave and go to sleep. Diddy is crazy. Crazy. Mia testified she didn't sleep during her first 24 hours on the job. She recalled feeling like maybe it was a challenge that might have just been a part of her 2-week probation period. Mia said that working long hours on little sleep turned out to be the norm. She often did not sleep for days when she was working. One time she recalled working for 5 days straight without sleep. Extended release Adderall helped her stay awake. When she finally had a breakdown from exhaustion, crying uncontrollably, Sean Diddy Combs said she could go to sleep. Okay, I just read the same thing over. All right. Let's see. We have a few more updates from CNN, and then I'll flip back to the X feed. Mia, one of Sean Diddy Combs' former assistants, testified that she had an apartment in New York, but her roommates joked that they lived with a ghost. She said she traveled with Combs and stayed wherever he was or in staff housing. The jury sees a list of the former assistants' responsibility. The jury saw a list of some of Mia's job responsibilities that she sent to another employee in November 2011. Mia testified that she wrote in the list after Sean Diddy Combs, whom she referred to as PD, made a threatening comment questioning what she did all day. Some of the items on the list included all of PD's social media present, mainly liaison with PD plus Hollywood. PD's daily routine, keeping him on schedule, protect him at all times. That's in capital letters. Protect him at all times. That's one of her job duties, is in capital letters. And right now, you all, I'm reading from the CNN update while we wait to get an update on X. One of the other duties Mia listed was staying within PD's eyesight. This was also in all capital letters. Maintaining PD's daily routine in both professional and private circles, from the minute he wakes up in the morning until the moment he falls asleep at night. And the last bullet, as far as her responsibilities, anticipating his needs, whims, and moods. Now, she had to do all that. That's just the highlight, I'm sure. For $50,000 a year, you're working around the clock. You're expected to be at his beck and call. If you leave and go home, he has security calling you, talking about where you at. And you're living in places like New York, Los Angeles, Miami. So you know what that cost of living is like. So $50,000 was nothing. And she said she was supposed to get paid $55,000, but she ended up getting paid $50,000. She also wrote that Combs could ask her to do 17,000 things at one time, ranging from cracking his knuckles. This is a quote. Ranging from, quote, cracking his knuckles to writing his next movie to doing his taxes. Now, I would like to think she's being a bit facetious right there with that comment, but I'm sure it was wow. Okay, so let's see. She also said that she wasn't allowed to leave Combs' homes without his permission. She recalled one time in 2009 or 2010 when she left the home late at night after Combs was asleep. After she left the house, Combs' security called her to let her know that Combs had sent them to go find her. Mia said, quote, I got in big trouble. Mia said she was not allowed to lock her door when she stayed in Combs' homes. What? Okay, quote, this is my house. No one locks my doors, Combs would say. Combs security personnel were allowed to lock their doors. One security guard's room held the home camera system, she said. That is wow. That is just wow. Okay, I'm gonna flip back over to X, which is on the screen. You all are on right now, and let's see what other updates we might have to the testimony. Okay, we have a few updates. So we left off here, and this feed is from Inner City Press. I always want to shout them out. He's been in the courtroom from the beginning, and keeping this thread alive is used by a lot of people, a lot of content creators, a lot of major news organizations. So just always want to give a shout out to Inner City Press. So we left off with Mia telling us that security called me to say he was sending them to find me. It was at the first LA house, 2009 or 2010. Prosecutor, were you allowed to lock your bedroom door? Mia said no. He said, it's my house. No one locks my doors in my house. So it wasn't really my room. Now, y'all know that's crazy, right? That sounds like some stuff a parent would say, probably to a teenage child, that they may have some issues with, perhaps. But who says that? Who says that to somebody who's staying in their house? Not to mention the things that he's been doing. Now, at this point, when he said this, I don't know if he had already started being violent with her or assaulting her. But to say that you can't lock your door, if somebody came and stayed at my house right now in a guest bedroom, it wouldn't even occur to me to tell them that they couldn't lock the door if they wanted to lock the door. I mean, it just wouldn't even occur to me for that to even be a topic. That's just more crazy Diddy shit right there. Okay, so prosecutor, well, we talked about that. Were you allowed to lock the door? He said, "It's my house. No one locks my doors in my house, so it wasn't really my room." Prosecutor, but did security get to lock their doors? Yes, one had a deadbolt, another a keypad. Now, see, that makes you think. Now, why security got all this security on their doors? Why? Because we already know, based on testimony, they're definitely facilitating Diddy's bad behavior. But this seems a little extra. A deadbolt and a keypad. I cannot wait to people from the security team start testifying. I cannot wait. Okay. So back to Mia. Mia said, "I was told they were actively hiring other assistants." Prosecutor, how long to Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started? 7 or 8 months. Okay. I'm not sure what he meant there. Stay. All right. Prosecutor, were you the only one then? Mia said, "Yeah, for like a year." Prosecutor, how did you feel? I didn't have time to feel. It was insane. Puff gave me a pep talk like we were a team. He said I need a second brain. Did he hire more? Yes, eventually, but I still felt like I was responsible. Mm. Prosecutor, you got punished in various ways, getting cursed out, my intelligence insulted, and my job threatened. Prosecutor, who did those things? Puff. Prosecutor, who's this? George Kaplan. Now, George Kaplan is another assistant that we heard testimony from earlier. He was another personal assistant for Puff after me. Okay, and Mr. Kaplan has already given testimony. Prosecutor, what was Revolt Films? Mia said Puff and I started it together. Prosecutor, were you still performing personal assistant duties? Yes. How much did you get paid? 70,000, then 100,000. There were supposed to be bonuses. Did you get them? No. Y'all, I know this is in alignment for all the reasons that we already know Diddy is trash, because we already know even prior to all of this, the reputation he had far as how he treated his artists. But could you imagine? Could you imagine having a job? Just think about your job today where you are supposed to get bonuses in addition to your salary and you never get them. And you know that you're doing the job of like how many? 10 people. And meanwhile, you're working for somebody who is at this point, I don't know if he had become a billionaire at this point, but definitely a millionaire who has multiple mansions, private jets, yachts, all the luxuries, and this man's not paying you your bonuses. Mm. All right. So the judge has asked for them to take a break. It is 11:25, which isn't too far from lunchtime. But they did this yesterday. They took a break really close to the time they would go to take lunch. So let's just hop over to CNN and see what the break they're on right now is supposed to last about 10 minutes. So let's just hop over to CNN. I'll share that screen with y'all so we can see how they've captured some of the updates. But I tell you, If this lady is supposed to be on the stand until the end of day tomorrow, I cannot even imagine where else this testimony might be going. Because she mentioned that he sexually assaulted her more than once, but the prosecutor hasn't really like gone into that yet, as far as like details or anything like that. Let's see. Mia testified she wasn't allowed to leave Combs' home without permission. Uh, she recalled one time 2009 to 2010, and we've talked about this on the X feed. When she left the home late at night after Combs was asleep, after she left the house, Combs' security called her to let her know that Combs had sent them to find her. She said, "I got in big trouble." Mia said she was not allowed to lock her door when she stayed at Combs' house. "This is my house," quote, from Diddy. "No one locks my doors," unquote. Combs security personnel, though, they were allowed to lock their doors. Mia said one security guard room held the home camera system, she said. And from the X feed, we saw that one security had a deadbolt lock on his door, and another security person had a keypad. And I just called out, that's a lot of security for security. What y'all hiding up in there? Is what, and I mean, it's suspicious. And it would never occur to me if I had some guest person staying with me at my home to tell them they can't lock their door. But anyway, Mia said there were various ways he would punish her, including by threatening her job and insulting her intelligence. She said there was, quote, a lot of getting cursed out and humiliated and berated when she worked for him. This again is something that we've heard from other assistants who've testified. Mia is an alleged victim, says she was his only personal assistant for about a year and it was difficult. The assistant attorney asked how she felt during that time. She said, "I didn't have time to feel." And she said, "But like insane." Mia said that Combs gave her a pep talk when he told her that she would temporarily be the only assistant and positioned it as though we were going to be doing this as a team. She said the fact that Combs believed in her made her want to prove herself to him. And this is also a moment where he is abusing his power. And the court has taken a break. They've been on a 10-minute break. They're 3 minutes in. But this is also where Diddy is abusing his power. And, if you think about, because, we're thinking about a situation that involves the rich and the famous. And sometimes I think we might think this lifestyle, these extremes, these scenarios are far removed from us because we're not in this circle, right? The rich, the famous, the power. But you could apply some of this human behavior just to everybody. Have you ever had a job or a boss that you really wanted to impress? And you were willing to go above and beyond to impress your boss. Let's go a little bit deeper. Have you ever had a boss that you revered and you admired and you looked at the opportunity to work for them personally as a very, very, very significant opportunity? How did you work for that person? A lot of people in regular jobs, when I say regular jobs, I mean not the rich, the famous, all this stuff that we're talking about, the entertainment people. A lot of people in that scenario, you do work harder for that person. You do work harder for that person because of how much you respect them, how much you've maybe revere who they are in the business. You might even work harder for that person because with who that person is in the business, the fact that they are putting their trust and faith in your ability, that could also make you say, okay, I am going to kill this thing. I'm going to do everything in my power to show this person that, you know, I value what they have, quote unquote, invested in me. I'm just saying all that to say that I understand where Mia is coming from the perspective of wanting to prove yourself to someone that you hold in high regard in a workspace. I understand that. It gets a little wanky though when you start thinking about all the other things that came with this particular scenario. And I think that's too something that we've seen with a few of the witnesses for this Diddy case, that people are getting a bit wrapped around the axle on, you know, I know these things aren't right, or I know this forced labor. And keep in mind, when Mia is testifying, the forced labor part is very important to some of the charges against Diddy. You can't go to sleep. You can't go home. If you go home, security, they're telling you, hey, where you at? You need to come back. So that is a part of some of the things the prosecutor wants multiple people to say, because that does support some of the criteria connected to some of the charges against Diddy. So, like I said, I understand how a person can want to prove themselves to their boss, especially a boss that they revere and they respect for who that person is in the industry. That is not hard to understand. A lot of us can understand that in our jobs that's not connected to the entertainment industry. But like I said, with a lot of these witnesses, especially the assistants, they have that component of working for Diddy, while they're also subjected to the BS. Whether it's cleaning up his hotel rooms after freak offs, to make sure all is clear so nobody will say, hey, we had a star in this room and guess what we found when he left. Or if it's assistants who witnessed the abuse, if it's the assistants who actually got abused. Diddy has now been accused of putting his hands on more than one of his personal assistants and threatening them also, kidnapping them, telling them, get in the car, you going where I say you're going to go, I don't care what you feel about it. So now connecting that part to the part of, I want to prove myself to him, from a work perspective, that is wild. That is wild. So let's see. We got a couple of updates from CNN. So let's just see if there's anything else here for us while they're still on break. The former assistant to Diddy, who has been testifying about extreme work conditions under the music mogul, says getting to work in TV and film was a huge personal success. The ex-employee, who has been testifying under the pseudonym Mia, explained that she and Combs started the Revolt Film Production Company together, and it was a separate entity from his Revolt TV brand. Mia said she'd been essentially running Combs' film production company for years. For years, this lady did not get paid, right? And had finally gotten the title to reflect her work. She said working at Revolt Films was her dream, and that working on TV and film projects was, quote, overwhelmingly awesome. Mia said she was still doing some personal assistant duties when she started the new role at Revolt. Her starting salary was $70,000, and a few years later, it was up to $100,000. Now, to me, that's still highway robbery. That's highway robbery. You have a title where you are running his production company for years and all you're getting paid is $100,000. Yeah. Okay. CNN has also posted an update about the scene inside the courtroom. Mia is answering many of the questions with her head down and face barely visible, looking up only a handful of times. As she left for the break, her shoulders were hunched forward in a way that made her appear smaller. Diddy's mother and sons are in the courtroom. When Combs first saw his mother this morning, he smiled and blew her a kiss. Okay, Diddy. And let's see if we have any other update on the feed. I don't think so because I think they are still out on break, but there might be something going on between the lawyer and the judge. So let's just see if there's any update. Okay, not yet. Take a quick look and see. Oh, let me share the feed with y'all, the X feed, while we're waiting so we can see what's happening in these comments. These comments have been very interesting, to say the least. To say the least. Okay, somebody commented, Diddy going to need extra applesauce after the day? Yeah, that is something I still can't get over, that he like to put applesauce on his cheeseburgers. I mean, if you start thinking about the list of weird things that we've learned about Diddy, I guess that one is harmless. Let me tell you, when I first heard that, I was like, he likes to do what? Because I had never ever heard of anybody putting applesauce on a cheeseburger. So I Googled it and I was surprised to find that this is apparently a thing. This is apparently a thing. Even some restaurants sell cheeseburgers with applesauce. So I don't know. I don't know if that's some uh, top tier high end restaurant thing where they put applesauce on cheeseburgers, and maybe that's why I've never heard of it. But yeah, I still think it's weird. I don't care who's selling it. I don't care how many stars, how many, whatever the restaurant is. I still think it's weird to put applesauce on your cheeseburger. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the jury should be back shortly. They just took a 10-minute break. And then after that, I know they will be going into the lunch break, which they normally take. I think they've normally been taking it a little bit after 12, like between 12:15 and 12:30. So let's see what else might be going on in these comments. Nobody, somebody else said, no break, we're on a roll. We were. This person said, I'm waiting for the Christina Quorum testimony. That's when it's really going to hit the fan. Yes. Chris Quorum, also known as KK, is Diddy's ex chief of staff. And I have compared her with Epstein's chief of staff, who is sitting in prison right now. And KK might actually, well, she probably won't in there because I know she's cut a deal with the prosecutors. I know she has. So yeah, when she hits the stand, it's going to be interesting. I think the shit's going to hit the fan when she hits the stand. And I also think the shit's going to hit the fan when some of these security guys hit the stand. Yeah. And I don't know if they plan on calling the ex-president a bad boy. What is it? Harve Pierre, who resigned when all of this kind of popped off. Yeah. Because he's also been charged with essaying somebody. So there's still some big players to be called who we've not heard a peep from yet in this trial. So let's see if we have an update from in the court. They probably are back from break now. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, we're still waiting, but their break, let's see what time. Okay, they've been on break for 10 minutes and it was only supposed to last 10 minutes. So they should be back anytime now. But yeah, there are some huge players in this trial that we've not heard from yet that I think may be some of the people who are going to put the final nails in Diddy's coffin. His chief of staff, there have been multiple witnesses now who definitely testified that when they saw things like with the beatings or different things, even with employees getting touched and put, physically, like, I mean, the violent part. And saying that because Mia has been the first one to get on the stand today and say, as an ex-employee, that she was sexually assaulted by Diddy. But so far, there have been multiple assistants who have said they've either made KK, his chief of staff, aware, or they made Harv Pierre aware, or they made security aware. So people, and keep in mind, with all of this that's going on, as much as people may think it's like Cassie versus Diddy, or as much as people may think it's the government versus Diddy, another thing we have to always keep in mind is that this was a work environment, right? So this isn't just, you running some cult and you just controlling people and doing whatever. This is also a work environment that comes with certain rules as well and expectations and so on. So you got several of these assistants that have testified this week alone and last week where they went to the appropriate person to say, hey, this is going on. One person went to Harv Pierre to tell him about, an incident with Diddy beating up on Cassie. And they said Harv Pierre's response was, man, that's crazy. Like, okay, HR at Bad Boy was aware of certain things that were going on. KK, his chief of staff, was made aware of things that were going on. And often she would say, listen, one time she said, that makes me sad to hear that. Another time, based on testimony from one of the assistants, she was like, well, I'll talk to him. And the person was asked, well, did anything change? And the person was like, no, the violence continued. And because at the end of the day, what were these people going to do to Diddy? They weren't going to do anything to Diddy, but I'm just simply calling out. This was a work environment that comes with certain rules and laws and obligations. And when it's stuff that is as egregious as this, and you didn't follow through on what you should have done based off of what your role was, that can help somebody legally, whether it's this case or civil suit. And in those instances, I hope these people get all the money. All the money. If you went to the chief of staff, your boss, and you said, hey, Diddy's beating up people. I saw it. He also put his hands on me. You went to HR and said, hey, Diddy wilding out. Let me tell you what he did. To the president of the company, you said, hey, this happened the other day. And they say to you, wow, that's crazy. That is not an appropriate response. So if those people can get civil suits against whatever organizations, whether it's Diddy alone, maybe some other companies connected to his companies, and they can get money out of those people, hey, hats off to you. Go get your money. You deserve it. You deserve it because they failed to do what they were obligated to do in a work environment. Go get your money. All right, so we are back in court. And let's see what this latest update is here. So the prosecutor is presenting an exhibit to Mia, asking her, who is this? And Mia said, Cassie Ventura. Prosecutor, how did you know her? Mia said, working for Puff, we became close friends. Prosecutor asked, still today, are y'all still friends today? She said, yes. Prosecutor, how was their relationship? Highs and lows and unequal. Hmm. All right. Let's see. I'll hop over right quick and look for us and see if CNN has put a different context on that. Not yet. Not yet. Wow. So it's interesting because Deonte, who was the assistant that testified before Mia, he is still also a close friend of Cassie. He talked about helping her find something to wear to come to court. He talked about calling her and congratulating her on the birth of her son. So he is still very much in relationship with Cassie. And now we have Mia, a person that's a pseudonym. We don't know yet who Mia actually is. I have a feeling we will know after today. Um, she is also a person who is still in close relationship with Cassie. So that is interesting. Let's see if we have any other update at this point. Yes. Prosecutor, was there violence in their relationship? Yes. Prosecutor, we'll go back to that. What was Mr. Combs's role with respect to her career? Mia, he decided on everything, shows, the look, and Mia is shown another exhibit from the prosecutor, and he says, what is this? Mia said an email from Cass to Puff and others and me. Okay, what's in this email? Just checking to see if we have an update. All right. Nope, we're waiting to get an update there. Let me check quickly and see. Combs' ex-assistant says she and Ventura were like sisters, best friends. I'm reading from the CNN update, y'all, while I'm waiting for X to update their near time thread of what's happening in the courtroom. Mia, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, said she met Cassie Ventura through the rapper. Quote, we became like sisters, best friends, she testified. She said they are still friends today. I wonder, did Mia tell Cassie that Puff had sexually assaulted her? I wonder. I wonder. That's going to be interesting. I don't even know if she's going to be asked that by anybody. I feel like if the prosecution were to ask her that, they already know the answer, of course. And I don't know. We'll see what the defense does. Brian Steele, and a lot of us remember Brian Steele from his defense of Young Thug in the YSL trial. Brian Steele is scheduled to cross-examine Mia for the defense. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But it would be interesting just to know when Diddy, because she said Diddy sexually assaulted her more than once. I'm curious, did she tell Cassie about it? And if she did, what did Cassie say about it? I'm curious about that. Okay. So let's just see if we have any other update. Okay. Yes, prosecutor. So where we left off, the prosecutor was asking Mia about what was Combs's role with respect to Cassie's career. She said he decided on everything, shows, the look. The Mia was shown in the exhibit and was asked, "What is this?" She said, an email from Cass, or either a mail. I don't know. She said in a mail. Must be an email. An email from Cass to Puff and others. Me. When did she send it? It was 4 a.m. It says 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights. Prosecutor, what did she write? Mia, she was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs respond? Please read. Yeah, let me hop over to CNN and see if they're providing any more clarification on that. Mia, one of Diddy Combs' former assistants and an alleged victim, says she saw Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura together all the time when she was working. She said their relationship was unequal and toxic. Quote, it was a cycle of highs and lows. She said he was abusive towards her. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That might be the understatement of the year. He was abusive towards her. Oh, let's see if we got an update here. Okay. Yep, we do. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor saying, asking her about an email and when did she send it. Mia said it was 4 a.m. It said 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights. What did she write? The prosecutor asked. She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. Did Mr. Combs respond? Please read. Mia, Cass wrote about telling Slevin Hill. Prosecutor, what did she mean, do you think? Stephen Hill. Okay, Stephen Hill. Mia, Stephen Hill of BET. Cass wrote, no support, no show. Why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher? I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels. Okay. I'm not sure what any of that means. So let me flip over and see if CNN has more context. Okay. Sean Diddy Combs was in charge of Cassie Ventura's music career. His former assistant Mia testified. Those decisions would range anywhere from deciding like what music would be put out, the visual aspects of any music videos, when she would be in the studio, her appearance in any sort of shows or appearances or dates or promotions that she would be involved with. Mia said she was privy to a lot of the goings on in Combs's label business because people would contact her to get answers from Combs. She also often sat in the meetings with Combs and Ventura that concerned Ventura's career. Okay. Okay, Stephen Hill. That name is familiar. That name is familiar. The downfall of Diddy. I was watching something. What was it? Something last night. It was some type of biopic on Diddy, and it was really good. And I forget the name of it because it was something that just popped up. You know how when you just sometimes let YouTube play and they just start playing whatever I guess is up next based on whatever algorithm. But it started just doing movies, and then this thing with Diddy came up. It was really good though. But can you imagine what that movie's gonna be like? Stephen Hill. Okay. Okay. I do know this face, and I do. Let me add him to the list. This list has grown so much of famous people who've been mentioned in this trial. All right. Someone else said in the comment, so this shows the number of people throughout the enterprise who were aware of his antics, maybe. Yeah, because if she sent an email about whatever, it's unclear really what the email was about, but it appears that she copied like the powers that be on it. So maybe that's where the prosecution is going. Because as of right now, I'm like this meme. I'm interested. Tell me more. Tell me more. Where are we going? This too is canceling what? Diddler strikes again. Cancel plans. And why was she canceling plans? Was she canceling plans because she had injuries or what? It's just we don't know. We don't know from what we got here on the thread exactly what's happening right now. So we will though get additional context. So let's be patient. This is one of the downsides of something of this magnitude not being televised, and for us not to be able in real time to benefit from the fullness of what is happening in real time. But we got to make it work. However, we got to make it work because this is what we got. Again. So let me back up and just check and make sure I'm not missing anything while we wait for the next update. Okay, we do have an update. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor asking, did Mr. Combs respond and asking Mia to please read something. Mia says, Cass wrote about telling, and I just read this part, Stephen Hill. What did she mean, do you think? Stephen Hill of BET. Cass wrote, no support, no show. Prosecutor, why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher? Mia, I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels. Prosecutor, did you ever see Mr. Combs on a movie set? Yes, everyone would be very nervous. He would insert himself. Prosecutor, what was his role with respect to Cassie's appearance? Mia, he was in charge of it. Prosecutor, did you have exposure to Cassie's finances? Ooh. Mia said yes. Now, this is the first time. This is the first time that there's been any mention of Cassie's finances. First time. So I don't know if she's getting ready to get into specifics as to exactly what did Cassie have financially. If she had much of anything, I would be shocked. It doesn't seem as if Diddy was in the business of trying to make sure she was financially sound, because if he also did that, that would probably make it easier for her to like get a little independence, leave him, do whatever. So I could not imagine that he's like taking care of her financially so that she could independently on her own have a stash. I just could not imagine he would do that. Hmm. And before Cassie got with Diddy, she was doing some modeling. I don't know. Maybe she had money from that. I don't know. I'm curious to see where they're going with this question. I'm curious to see where, because Cassie would talk about when Diddy would get mad, he would take everything away. Well, that's part of when you are with somebody who's paying for your whole life and you're enjoying that. You like the fact that he's paying for your apartment, your cars, your trips, your luxury items. There was an article in People about what was testified to in court that I didn't catch in the inner city press updates. But according to this People article, one of the assistants, might have been Deonte, advised Cassie, to just leave Diddy. You should leave him. And Cassie's response was, who would I date? Jay-Z is taken. So who would I date? And that's the part of this whole Cassie conversation that is very nuanced as well. I know sometimes people want to make it black or white, but it's a very nuanced thing. The only thing to me with Cassie that's not up for debate is, was she a victim of domestic violence? She was a victim of domestic violence. That's not up for debate, at least not over here. Okay, we all saw the video. Now, come on. But like what she said about if she left Diddy, Jay-Z is taken, so who would she date? That suggests that you have become accustomed to being with highly successful, rich men, famous men. There's a certain thing that comes with fame that doesn't come with people who are just rich. So you have become accustomed to certain things, being connected to a highly visible, famous, and rich man. And to make that comment, that sounds like you're saying, well, if I leave Diddy, Jay-Z is taken. So who else on this caliber or on this level is there for me to date? Y'all, now there's something to unpack in that. Okay? And I think people would struggle unpacking it because I think sometimes people have a hard challenge with understanding there is nuance and multiple things could be true in this whole Cassie side of things. Was she a victim of domestic violence? Yes. Did she make some poor decisions that are questionable and suspect? Yes. Yes. Even before Diddy, when she even got involved with Diddy, and Diddy at that time had just had, he was still with Kim publicly. And when she moved to LA to mess around with him more and get closer to him and all those things, Kim had just had the twins. She didn't care about that. Now, does that mean therefore she deserves the physical violence she suffered with Diddy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we can definitely talk about this as a multifaceted situation. So you walked into this situation, and prior to getting with Diddy, you were in a 3-year relationship with Ryan Leslie, who was also a music producer, and he was 10 years your senior. Now, allegedly, when you started talking with Diddy, you were 19. So how old were you when you got with Ryan Leslie? Makes me look at Ryan Leslie kind of side eye. Were y'all giving Cassie the Aaliyah treatment? Because that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. So I don't know. There's just a lot of nuance in this thing. And a lot of things that are problematic. People don't want to, I don't want, maybe I shouldn't say people, but some people, they are very challenged with talking about anything that is negative or things that should be discussed as far as Cassie's movements and all of this. I think because of the domestic violence. But I think we should talk about it. I think we should talk about it. I think we should talk about some of her decision making. I think we should talk about how she got with Kid Cudi, knowing she was with this crazy man and going over to other people's houses with Kid Cudi and other people having to tell her, girl, you can't be out here in public with Kid Cudi. Don't you know Diddy crazy? You should know more than anybody else that Diddy is crazy. You should know better than anybody else that, well, maybe you and Kim, that Diddy is crazy. So it's just a lot there, right? It's a lot there that I think we should talk about. So let's see if we have an update from the last. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. So where we left off, the prosecutor said, did you ever see Mr. Combs on a movie set? Mia said, yes. Everyone would be nervous. He would insert himself. Prosecutor, what was his role with respect to Cassie's appearance? Mia said he was in charge of it. Prosecutor, did you have exposure to Cassie's finances? Yes. Prosecutor, how? I learned the company paid her credit cards and that the places where she lived were under his company names in her cars. Did he take things away? Yes. Cars and jewelry and support if he couldn't get her on the phone. Mia said he'd keep tabs on her through me. This is something that we've seen other people testify to. Prosecutor, was it part of your job to spend this time with Cassie? Mia, yes. I had to do whatever Puff told me to do. Prosecutor, could you go where you wanted? No. We had to be where Puff told us we could be. Prosecutor said, and if not, something very scary. The punishment was unpredictable but terrifying. Prosecutor, we'll talk some more about that as we get through your testimony. How would Mr. Combs communicate with Miss Ventura? Mia said, sometimes through me. Prosecutor, did you see violence and what kind? Mia said, I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. I've seen him attack her and throw her on the ground. I've seen him crack her head open. I've seen him chase her, things like that. Did she fight back? the prosecutor asked. Mia said no. And one other thing, too, that has been testified to by different people who've witnessed the violence against Cassie, they will often talk about the fact that she didn't fight back. And when she would often hit the ground, she would get into a fetal position, which is a normal thing to look for. Normal may be the wrong word. Is a typical thing that happens when someone is in a domestic violence situation. Um, it's almost like a way for them to try to protect themselves just by getting into a fetal position. If you notice in the video we all saw at the Intercontinental Hotel when Diddy was attacking Cassie, when she was on the floor, she then too also got into the fetal position. So, like I said, hey, y'all, Diddy's going to prison. It's just a matter of for which charges and how long. If you are on this live, please thumbs up the live, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel. If you're not a subscriber already, I appreciate the support. And feel free to drop a comment. I'd love to hear what you all are thinking about the testimony we're hearing today. What are you thinking about the case overall? Talk to me. All right, so let's see if we have an update since then. And yeah, we do. Okay, good. So we left off with Mia saying, I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. I've seen him attack her and throw her on the ground. I've seen him like crack her head open. I've seen him chase her, things like that. Prosecutor, did she fight back? No. Prosecutor, what did you hear and see? Mia said suitcases being thrown into the foyer. Prosecutor, did you see Cassie after that? Mia said she was outside crying in a bush. She looked terrified. She gestured, I'm hiding. I'm not here. What did you do? I retreated. Prosecutor, did you tell anyone? I think the chef was in the kitchen. The sentiment was like, Brian Steele objects for the defense. The judge sustains the objection. Prosecutor, what did the chef say to you? Steele objects. Prosecutor says not for the truth, and the judge sustained the objection. Hmm. All right. So let me hop over to CNN and see, because I know they've probably said something more at this point. Okay. So on the CNN side, while we wait for an update on X, said Sean Combs and his companies paid for Cassie's homes, cars, according to an ex-employee who has been testifying in Combs' sex trafficking trial. Now, I wonder if that's going to be a thing, because I'm thinking about tax situation. How did the money? How did this show as an expense? Was it something like, with record companies, they'll tell an artist, we bought you a car, but really they didn't buy them a car. They're like going to take it out of their earnings or residuals or whatever. So, curious about that. Combs would take away items like her car or jewelry all the time when he got upset with her, according to the former assistant Mia. A CNN update also says that Mia, one of Sean Diddy, okay, we know she's a former assistant, says she spent as much time as she was allowed with Cassie Ventura. Diddy would dictate when Mia could spend time with Cassie, but it was usually to keep tabs on Cassie or get in touch with her through Mia. Mia said that she and Ventura were not allowed to go where they wanted, when they wanted, when they were together. When they did something without Combs' permission, Mia said, quote, something bad, very scary would happen. Quote, punishment was typically unpredictable, but typically pretty terrifying. Yo. Mia said the rapper would reach out to Cassie Ventura repeatedly when they weren't together. Other assistants have testified to this too about the extent to which he would blow up people's phones trying to get a hold of Cassie. If Ventura wouldn't answer, quote, there would be multiple people calling, texting, emailing her, trying to find her, or security would show up. Here we go again. See, y'all, this is where it all is leading up to supporting like uh the predicate acts that have to be proven, and you only need to prove two in order for somebody to be found guilty of racketeering. But this is not the first testimony where we've heard somebody say there will be multiple people calling. And when they're talking about multiple people calling to try to get Cassie wherever she needs to be per Diddy's demand, there will be people like his chief of staff who would be calling. There will be other assistants who might be calling. There might be people, other executives within his company that would be calling. They would be a part of the multiple calls, the text messages, the emails, the everything to say, Cassie, Diddy wants you now. Security has been mentioned multiple times as being a part of if Diddy is wanting Cassie to be a certain place and he's having a hard time finding her or getting her to wherever he wants her to be, security has been mentioned multiple times in testimony as being put on the task of going to get her. It doesn't matter what just happened. Doesn't matter if she got beat down the other day. I want her here. There has been multiple people who have testified to that. So I do feel like this type of testimony is feeding into the type of information that's needed to support the predicate acts that will lead to a racketeering guilty decision. So let's go back to X and see if we have an updated response. Yes, we do. Good. Okay, so where we left off, the prosecutor was asking about what did the chef say when the chef was talking, when she went in to talk to the chef about an incident going on with Cassie. The defense objected, the judge sustained the objection, and the prosecutor is now asking, what happened in Cassie's apartment? Mia said, we were there, me, Cass, and Deonte Nash. What were you doing? Helping her pack for a big trip to London. Puff came banging on the door, very irate. Prosecutor, how did he get in? A key from the front desk. See? Was the hotel room in his name? Because this man seemed to be able to get into any place he wanted to get into, wherever Cassie was. Okay, anyway, prosecutor. What was Mr. Combs asking Cassie? Mia, he said, have you been drinking or something? She had not answered his calls. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs do? He came after me and Deonte screaming. Has she been drinking? He was crazy aggressive. He attacked her. He threw her to the ground. Me and Deonte jumped in and tried to stop it. Prosecutor, what did you do? Deonte is very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. He had Deonte in a position where I was scared he was going to kill him. Now, when Deonte testified yesterday, Deonte said he jumped on Puff's back and then Mia jumped on him too. Okay, so let's go. We got another update here. All right, so Mia said again, Deonte is very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. He had Deonte in a position where I was scared he was going to kill him. Mia said, so I jumped on Puff, but he threw me off and against the wall. I felt like I was in slow motion. I realized we were in big danger. He ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cass. Under her bed is the wood bed platform. He slammed her head into the corner. Okay, a couple of things. Deonte's testimony yesterday aligns pretty closely to what Mia is saying today. Deonte said he jumped on Puff's back and basically Puff body slammed him off his back. Then Mia jumped on his back. He basically threw her off the back. Now, what is different? Deonte did talk about in the process of him, attacking Cassie. It may I maybe it was I got to go back to it, but the impression was that in the process of the struggle with Cassie fell, hit her head on the bed frame, and there was a gash above her brow that actually ended up requiring stitches. But here, Mia is saying that he slammed her head into the corner. That is, yeah. Prosecutor, what inquiries did Cassie get? Mia said her head was gushing blood. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs do? He got into protector survivor mode. He said to call Dr. So and so, tell them Cass was drunk and hit her head. Prosecutor, why did you do it? Puff said to. Wow. Wow. And when Deonte was talking about this situation yesterday, he said when Puff saw all of the blood, he panicked. And that Mia had went and started grabbing a bunch of towels, to try to help with the situation. And that Diddy had made a comment that the security guard, D-Rock, would take Cassie to a plastic surgeon who would get, all of that straightened out. And it was during this incident where Diddy looked at them and said, look what y'all made me do. Now, that is not some Ike Turner shit for your ass right there. And quite frankly, after following this trial, Ike may not have anything on Diddy. I know Ike for the longest has been the staple of an abuser especially since we saw that what Slove Got to Do With It movie. But he may have been, for lack of a better word, dethroned with Diddy. Because this is a lot. Let's see if we have an update. Okay, we do. So again, the prosecutor was asking, he got into, let's say, what did Mr. Combs do? Mia said he got into protector survival mode. He said to call Dr. So-and-so, tell them Cass was drunk and hit her head. Why did you do it? The prosecutor asked. Mia said, because Puff said to. His eyes were black. It was like he was looking through me. He was like completely. Judge said, let's get a next question. Prosecutor, did you see Mr. Combs take drugs? Mia said yes. Prosecutor, when he was high, how did he appear? Sometimes the life of the party or hyper? Where was this? And I'm assuming they're showing Mia an exhibit. Where was this? Ibiza? I know I'm saying that wrong. Or Burning Man or music conferences. Prosecutor, when he smashed her head, did he seem high? Mia said no. Did you go to the Prince's party? Mia said yes. What happened the night before? Big award ceremony, suite in the Beverly. Someone here in the comments said, I don't care what anybody says. The prosecution is doing an excellent job telling this entire racketeering, sex trafficking by force and coercion and transporting story. It feels like I'm watching a movie from these tweets alone. I will say to y'all that I educated myself a little bit more last night on racketeering. What are the predicate acts? They've been talking about that. There's a list of them, and only, I think, 2 has to be proven in order for you to be found guilty of racketeering. And when I was going through that last night, I said, okay, then I kind of more so see what the prosecution is doing, even with what appeared, especially in the first few days of the trial, is like, okay, y'all, we know he's guilty of domestic violence, but you all are not charging him with that. I know that was my sentiment, especially in the first few days. But as they've been building, and we've been getting more testimony, especially around the arson, around the incident of breaking into Kid Cudi's home, around Capricorn Clark being kidnapped, around some of the other threats by other people that work for him, that if she didn't, respond a certain way within a lie detector test, they were going to throw it in the East River. With these other employees who've talked about not only things they've seen, but incidents where he put his hands on them. The forced labor of working all of these hours pretty much around the clock for pay that doesn't balance that out at all. For him owing an employee $80,000 in overtime for a 3-month period. And when HR made him aware of that, whatever paperwork was written up about it, he just tore up the paperwork and never paid overtime. There is a lot happening in this testimony that is supporting what they call predicate acts, and that would enable a jury to be able to find him guilty of racketeering. And I might do a separate video on that if I could figure out a way to if I could figure out a way to do it to not make it so convoluted. But so saying that to say, I see what the prosecution is doing now. And again, I tell you, I don't know what the jury's thinking, because at the end of the day, the jury, they're people just like us. So I don't know what this jury is thinking. They may find him guilty on all charges or just some charges, but I put everything I own on Diddy is not going to be found not guilty on all charges. He is definitely going to prison. On which charges and for how long is the only outstanding questions to me. But I see what the prosecution is doing. So again, I'll try to do a video like on the predicate acts and how all of this testimony that appears like, well, why do they just keep talking about domestic violence? How that is actually supporting some of the predicate acts a person has to be found guilty of to be convicted of racketeering. So I'll try to do a video on that, but like I said, I need to figure out a way to do that where it doesn't become like overly complicated or convoluted. All right, so let's see if we have an update. We probably do by now. Okay, we left off with the sweet in the back. Okay, yes, we have an update. All right, so the prosecutor asked, did you go to Prince's party? Mia said, yes. Prosecutor, what happened the night before? Mia said, big award ceremony suite in the Beverly. Mia said, he told me to stay with Cassie, that he was going to be at his house with his kids. But then I heard about Prince's party. Prosecutor, what did you do? Cassie and I debated, like kids, if we should sneak out of the house and go to Prince's party. Mia, Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in with his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap. Cass just booked it. Prosecutor, where did she go? Across the street. There were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cass and had her on the ground. Damn. How did he even know they went to the party? Is my question. How did he know? Who snitched on him? Who told that they were going? I don't know. Maybe he had a tracker on him or something. How did he even know that they had gone to Prince's party? They have got to be super close to taking lunch at this point. Let's see if we have any update. Yep, we do. Okay. So where we left off, Mia said Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in with his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap, Cass just booked it. Prosecutor, where did you go? Across the street, there were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cass and had her on the ground. Puff started to attack her, but Prince's security quickly intervened. Prosecutor, and later, Mia said, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Prosecutor, did she say why? that Puff said I was being insubordinate. Whoa. Oh, this ninja here, this ninja here. So you tell me and Cassie, we're hanging out. Although, quite frankly, honey, Cassie would have had to hang out by herself. But nevertheless, so what's happening right now? Mia and Cassie obviously had an invite or could get into Prince's party. So they decide that they were going to go to Prince's party because Diddy was hanging out with his family, his kids. And if you remember from Cassie's early testimony during this trial, she testified that one of her gripes about her relationship with Diddy is that out of the course of her relationship with him, he never allowed her to have a relationship with his kids. These people were together for 11 years. And he never allowed her to have a relationship with the kids, even after Kim Porter passed away. Now, I understand when Kim was here because Kim was probably like, how she even got with Diddy and Kim was with him. So, I can see how that's a thing. But after 11 years, she said he never allowed her to have a relationship with his kids. So anyway, Diddy is off spending time with who he called his family, his kids, right? Kim probably. And so Cassie and Mia decide that they're going to go to this party that Prince is having. All right. So they went to the party. Mia looks up at the party and she see Puff is here. And then why he here? She said he came in there wearing a bucket hat. Okay. Well, why is he here? She said they locked eyes. And when they locked eyes, she was like, oh crap. She said Cassie just took off running. She went out in the woods in the bushes and Puff caught up with her. Had her on the ground, started beating her. But Prince's security, unlike Diddy's security, they didn't just stand there and watch the beat down. Prince's security, according to Mia, quickly intervened. And what happened later, Mia said she went to another hotel and the next day, HR told her that she was being suspended without pay because Diddy said she was being insubordinate. So Diddy's saying, when I tell you and Cassie to stay over here in this goddamn apartment, a hotel room, a house, or wherever I tell y'all to stay, and y'all are in for the night and y'all are not to go nowhere, that's what I mean. And if you go somewhere when I tell you not to go somewhere, you are being insubordinate. This Mia person, whoever she is, because Mia is a pseudonym, I hope she is one of the people who has a civil suit against Diddy. And I hope she gets all the money that she's asking for. Because this ninja crazy. Crazy. Okay? Let's see if we have an update. All right, so the judge has taken a break. The jury leaves. I'm sure they're out to lunch. The judge asked how much longer with Mia's direct. The prosecutor said the rest of the day. We like her off the stand by the end of the week. The defense said this is a problem. First it was a flight, now this. The judge said I have not cut anything. So all right, so they're arguing over how long they're going to be able to keep Mia. Let's see. The judge said, let Mr. Donaldson take the time we wanted. I'm not blaming the court. It's a pattern I'm seeing. It's common courtesy. I don't know how long Mr. Steele's cross will be. They don't need to put these things on the record. Okay, so they're wrangling a bit right now, the judge and the lawyers, about how much time they will have to wrap up this testimony with Mia. And on this, I do agree with the defense. Don't rush us. Y'all taking all the time y'all want. So when it's time for us, don't tell us, okay, y'all got to have this wrapped up by tomorrow. So they'll figure all that out. Meanwhile, let us jump over to the CNN site and see how they recaptured or captured what we just saw on the X thread. Because they normally will add a little bit more context, sometimes even a little bit more detail. So let's just hop over there and see what they are saying. And I'm trying to get y'all over there, so bear with me. There you go. All right, and thank you for joining the live. I appreciate it so much. Please make sure you like the live. Uh, drop a comment. Even just say hello. Just say hello. Hello. Talk to me. What are y'all thinking about today's testimony? What do you think about the trial overall? Just let me know. And if you're not a subscriber already, please consider subscribing. I definitely appreciate the support. Okay, so let's see what the updates are. Okay, we got that part. Let's check out these 5 new updates. Right. We won't read through all of this because some of it is from an analyst, I'm sure. Okay, we can start here. All right, so Mia testified that she saw signs of violence in his relationship with Cassie all the time and often saw Cassie's injuries afterward. The ex-employee who is testifying under the pseudonym Mia says she saw Combs attack Cassie, throw her on the ground, chase her, and crack her head open. Mia testified that she never saw Ventura fight back. Quote, I've just seen her with her arms up for him to stop. The first time Mia saw signs of violence between Combs and Cassie Ventura was at his home in Los Angeles. She heard thuds against the wall coming from his second floor bedroom, then saw suitcases fly over the railing into the foyer below. Mia saw Ventura hiding behind a bush outside the home. Ventura was crying and shaking. Quote, she had the most terrified look in her eyes, Mia said, recalling that Ventura waved her hands to signal that Mia shouldn't reveal where she was hiding. Man. Mia, also an alleged victim, recalled the time she and celebrity stylist Deonte Nash were at Cassie Ventura's apartment helping her pack for an upcoming trip. And I think the trip they were helping her pack for was OVO Fest in Canada. She testified that Combs showed up at the apartment, banging on the door, and came inside and began screaming at Ventura, have you been drinking? She said Combs was, quote, crazy aggressive and began to attack Ventura by throwing her to the ground. Quote, me and Deonte immediately jumped in and tried to stop it. We were both just trying to get him off of her. At some point, he had Deonte in like a position where I was like scared he was going to kill him, and I jumped on his back. He threw me against the wall so quick and so easily, and I realized we were in real danger. Mia started choking up as she described the time she said she witnessed Diddy attack Cassie. She testified Combs then followed Cassie into the bedroom. Quote, I saw him pick her up and thought, is he going to kill her? She said. He slammed her head into the corner of the bed. And she does mean the bed frame. There was some testimony from Deonte about that yesterday, about her head hitting the wooden bed frame. He slammed her head into the corner of the bed. Mia added, testifying that Ventura's head, quote, started gushing blood. When the attack eventually stopped, Combs told Mia to get in touch with an assistant to schedule an appointment with a plastic surgeon to fix up the gash on Ventura's head. He told Mia to say Ventura fell because she was drunk. Mia said she followed Combs' directions because she, quote, thought that was the only way to get her help and because Puff told me to. The prosecutor asked Mia to describe how Combs appeared during the incident. Quote, his eyes turned like black and there was like no getting through, Mia said. Like I was trying to get him to stop and it was like he was looking through me. Mia testified that it was the first time she realized, quote, the severe danger that we were actually in. She noted that Combs did not appear to be under the influence of any drugs during the attack, because this is something that the defense was trying to get different witnesses to say through other testimony, that in some of these incidents, Diddy was also under the influence. They tried to suggest, even the video we all saw at the hotel, that Diddy at that point was having withdrawal symptoms. So it was still kind of drug induced. And of course, the reason why the defense is doing that, because the defense wants the jury to say, hey, y'all, I know y'all have seen a lot of stuff, right? It's been wild out here with Diddy. I mean, I know. But listen, jurors, a lot of this is like drug induced. This icon over here, that has meant so much to his community especially, but the community at large. Y'all know, a lot of this is drug induced. Y'all got any people struggling with drugs in your family? You know anybody? You know how that is. You know how you can love this person in your family, and then you see them get on drugs and they just become somebody totally different. You don't even recognize the person anymore, the things that they do, but you still love the person because they in there. They still a good person. They're just under the influence. In the words of Kendrick Lamar, not enough. That ain't gonna be enough. But that is what the defense is trying to do. Okay. Let's see what else, if we have another update from CNN. All right, so the court is out for lunch at this point, and I'm going to check really quickly to see what time they're supposed to come back. Probably if it's been like on other days, they're probably scheduled to come back by 1. Okay, it's not noted here yet, but that has been the case. And what I might do is see if we can tap into Law and Crime's lunch conversation about what has happened so far while this is happening. Okay, the jury is dismissed for lunch. Get caught up with the latest. Okay, so yeah, so this is just a rundown of what has happened so far. I think Mia, again, who is testifying under a pseudonym, I think she has been a really good witness. And so we will see what happens for the rest of the day, because if the prosecutor is on the stand with her for the rest of the day, and then the defense has to cross her, and then the prosecutor then gets a chance to direct if they feel the need to, I think we're going to hear from Mia for quite some time. So let's see. While we're waiting, let me just check too to see if there's anything mentioned in here that we might not have covered. I think we've covered everything I'm noticing here. That situation at Prince's house, when they first mentioned Prince earlier on, and there was some stuff in the news about not real news. It's how media is this day. There was some stuff or rumors about Prince and some video with Prince and all that, and none of that has come up in this trial. The only mention of Prince, because his name was mentioned prior to the day as well, was about him, about them going to a party, about Cassie going to a Prince party, and Puff showing up. That has been the only mention of Prince. And I can tell y'all that I am keeping a running list of all celebrities mentioned during this trial. And I don't know. I think I'm up to 25 people. I have a whole list. I think from yesterday alone, I had like 50 Cent, Pharrell, Nas, Lorianne Gibson, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Young Jock, Frenchman, Montana, David Bowie, Machine Gun Kelly, Lauren London, Jay-Z, Usher, Mace, Lil Kim, Meek Mill, Neo, Pusha T, Jimmy Iovine, Andre Harrell. So yeah, so the names, as far as people being mentioned, it is growing every day. But I can tell you that nobody who's been mentioned yet has been mentioned in a way that connects them to any of the freaky stuff that's happening. Like there's, so there's none of that. The closest that we may have gotten is the incident where Cassie was supposedly punched in the stomach at a restaurant. Uh, I think it was Don Richard who testified that at that incident, Usher was there, and also Neo was there, and Jimmy Iovine was there. So that is probably the closest that some of these celebrities who've been mentioned has gotten to some of the stuff that's going on. Now, whether these people literally saw the punch, I don't know. But Don Richard did say where they were. I think they were at a restaurant that Usher, Neo, and Jimmy Iovine were there. So let's see what we have in these updates here. Okay, let's talk about it. Because since they want to talk about Prince, and I'm gonna tell you now, I'm sensitive about Prince now. So luckily he's not in the mix here with anything nefarious. Just before court took a break, the former assistant testifying in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial recounted an incident at a 2010 party hosted by Prince, in which the music legends, that's right, he still is, in which the music legend security had to intervene when Combs attacked Cassie Ventura. The ex-employee who is testifying under the pseudonym Mia said it was the night after an award show. Ventura and another friend previously testified this was around the Emmy Awards that year. Combs told Mia to stay with Ventura at a hotel to keep her company. Mia testified as the music mogul had told Ventura he would be with his kids. A friend called and told Mia and Cassie about the party at Prince's house. Quote, Cassie and I debated like little kids if we should sneak out of the house for probably what felt like forever. They ultimately went to the party and were having fun, dancing and watching Prince perform. Then Combs arrived. Mia recalls seeing his bucket hat and the two locking eyes. Mia and Ventura took off running out of the house, but Puff caught Cass. The former assistant testified using another nickname for Combs. Quote, he caught up to her and had her on the ground, Mia said. He started attacking her, but Prince's security swiftly intervened. Unlike his security, who just stands around and watches these beatdowns take place. Mia left and spent the night at a different hotel, she testified. The ex-employee testified that the next day, the head of human resources told her Combs was suspending her without pay for being, quote unquote, insubordinate. She said the HR employee did not mention anything about Combs's behavior the night before. So you see what I'm saying? So that's why I say for these people, especially these ex-employees, I don't know if they've already gotten a settlement. Are they a part of the laundry list of people who have civil suits out against Diddy? Get your money. First of all, he was already working y'all like some slaves because working y'all around the clock. You can't even go home. You go home. He got security tracking you down, talking about where you at. It's crazy. Okay? Get your money. You in a work environment, because out of all of the sensationalism, all of the drama that's going on around this whole thing, these people are in a working environment. Quite frankly, that includes Cassie. She was his artist. So there are certain things that a company is supposed to do with certain situations. But in Diddy's world, HR is not HR. Now, we can have a whole conversation why that could be applicable to other places too, but I'm just saying. HR didn't do anything to support these employees. When they went to people that they reported to, like Diddy's chief of staff, or if they went to the president of Bad Boy Records, nobody in those roles who are supposed to respond a certain way when they receive certain complaints, they did not do that. They responded in alignment with what Diddy would expect. Now, they would probably say, I'm protecting my job. Okay. I hope these assistants who are making some of these claims, I hope that they do have, if they haven't already gotten a settlement that they find satisfactory, I hope that they are filing some kind of civil suit, and I hope they get all the money they want. The prosecution said they'd like to get Mia off the stand by the end of tomorrow so she doesn't have to come back next week. The prosecutor said her direct examination will likely take the rest of the day. After some back and forth about making sure they have enough time to accomplish that, the judge said he'll keep the jury until 4 p.m. today and may keep them late tomorrow too if necessary. Yeah, because you can't give the prosecutors all the time they want and then kind of shortchange the defense. That's just not fair. So the judge seems to be pretty fair about that. Okay, here are the witnesses who have taken the stand in the trial of Sean Diddy. So, okay. All right. So, yeah, that's a lot of witnesses. A lot of witnesses. We are on day 12. And so, yeah, there's a lot. So what we're going to do right now while the court is on lunch break, I am going to switch over to law and crime. And let's tap into their
physical and sexual abuse. Talk to us about what Mia has said so far.
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. So yeah, Mia came onto the witness stand right after Deonte Nash. So she comes in, and I'm going to be very kind of careful as far as how I'm describing her. And you can tell a little bit inside the courtroom why she is doing that. When she walks inside the courtroom, she keeps her head down. She doesn't look towards the defense table. She doesn't really look at us in the gallery. She just makes, again, a beeline to the witness stand. And even while she's testifying, Jesse, she's very soft-spoken. She's very quiet often at times. So you can feel just her apprehension just about everything as far as testifying goes. Even while answering the prosecution's questions, she's keeping her head down from what I can see over in the gallery, but you can just feel just the nervousness from her as far as testifying. And even when she gets off the stand, she doesn't look at the defense table. She just walks past the gallery. Her family and her support system go right after her, and then she goes over into a private room. But just as far as just some of the testimony that she had talked about today, she did describe that Diddy did take violence out on her too. Mia described that Diddy would throw things at her. He would throw her against the wall. One time he even slammed her arm into a door and then even sexually assaulted her more than once.
Yeah, and let's just wait for this siren to go down. Very, very busy street. This is somebody we had anticipated, right? Because she's important for multiple reasons. She's important not only to corroborate what Cassie Ventura has said, but if you're talking about a pattern of abuse towards women, put aside the sex trafficking count for, I hear playback in my ear, by the way, putting aside the sex trafficking count for Cassandra Ventura, what we're also talking about is the racketeering charge. And we just got word that Prosecutor Madison Smizer said her direct examination is likely going to take the rest of the day. What do you anticipate she's going to say, Elizabeth, from what we've heard so far?
Well, I definitely think they're going to get into more of just the violence that Mia had witnessed in, while working for Diddy, but also being Cassie's best friend, a role that she still has to this day. The two are really close friends, something that Deonte Nash even confirmed while he was testifying. But yes, the direct examination is expected to last throughout the day. Even right before I came out to chat with you, Jesse, there was a little kind of angst, I would say, from the defense because essentially the government is saying that Mia has to be off the stand by the weekend. So tomorrow tomorrow is Friday, so they're hoping that they're able to finish her direct examination today, go over to the cross tomorrow. But the problem is that sometimes the cross examinations do take maybe twice as long as the direct testimony. And it's been a kind of a sticking point that a lot of us have been kind of noticing, especially just sitting in the gallery. But Mark Agnifilo kind of took a little bit of offense to just being given a time frame as far as how long this cross-examination goes. And the thing is, Jesse, he's not going to even be the one doing the cross-examination. It's actually going to be Brian Steele doing the cross-examination against Mia, or for Mia, I should say. But the defense was pretty upset about it because they felt like the government was telegraphing the time frame for witnesses, especially since the government said that Mia needed to be off the stand. But from the government's point of view, they're essentially saying this is all for logistics purposes. If we're expecting Mia to not be off the stand by the weekend, then we have to pause our flight scheduling and all of that for the next witnesses that are going to be following up after her. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were just really kind of offended just about the time frames that they were given. But the judge kind of pointed out that, the government is doing this, but they're not doing this as a way to kind of slight the defense. They're doing this as kind of a common courtesy for those logistics purposes. And the judge kind of seemed like he took offense to it as well, too, what the defense was telling him. He was saying that it's common courtesy, and that even the judge wanted to know these things as far as how long the direct will last, possibly how long the cross-examination will last. And so it seems like kind of a sticking point where the defense may feel like they are being kind of constrained to a certain time frame. But there's never been a moment so far that the judge was like, okay, you got to wrap up this cross-examination after an hour. You got to wrap this up in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. So really, they can just have a free go and just really ask all the questions, maybe questions that they didn't need to ask, but will continue to ask because they have to cross-examine their witness.
I got to talk about Deonte Nash. So obviously we'll continue the conversation with Mia, and there's a lot to break down with our panel of guests. Deonte Nash, important witness, celebrity stylist, right? And he had testified that he was, him and Mia, the only people that actually stepped in to actually intervene in Sean Combs allegedly assaulting Cassandra Ventura, talked about the threats that Combs made towards Cassandra Ventura, talked about that she didn't want to be a part of freak-offs. Very, very important witness. But then it was time for cross-examination today. I wasn't entirely sure what the cross was about and what were the points they were making, other than the fact I think he's still not only in touch with Cassie, but maybe even supplied her the wardrobe that she wore in court. And I think he was still maintaining some sort of communicative relationship with Sean Combs only until a few years ago. So it becomes a question if all these things happened to him and Cassie, and he claims he was also attacked by Combs, that this might go to his credibility. But where exactly did the cross-examination go today of Deonte Nash?
Well, the cross-examination, just honestly, quite frankly, was all over the place this morning. It's first thing in the morning. It was just kind of a lot this morning, I should say. Even just starting off, Xavier Donaldson tells Deonte Nash, "Good morning, how are you?" And Deonte Nash still has that sass, which I absolutely love, and he responded, "Blessed." And so just as far as just kind of the incidents that occurred when it came to the violence, they brought up the bed frame incident. And that was something that Mia testified as well today too, where they were explaining that they were all over at Cassie's apartment. It was Deonte, it was Mia, it was Cassie. They were helping her pack for this trip. And then all of a sudden they hear a knock or a banging on the door, and it was Diddy looking for Cassie. And so essentially Diddy kind of picks Cassie up from where she is. He throws her down. He's essentially attacking her in front of her friends, her stylist, but also Mia is still working for Diddy at this point. But essentially, at this point, Mia and Deonte do step in. As far as Deonte is concerned, Deonte jumps on Diddy's back. Diddy throws Deonte to the ground. Then when Deonte is on the ground, Mia jumps on Diddy's back to kind of stop him. Then all of a sudden, Cassie is essentially on the ground because she had hit her head and busted her head open on this really pointy, sharp bed frame. There was blood everywhere. It was something that even Mia testified again to today. But just as far as the responses, as far as the response is concerned, I should say, that this was just kind of a really big sticking point, I feel like, as far as this particular incident, because it was so violent, because Cassie drew blood in this incident, or not drew blood, but not necessarily, but instead blood was gushing from her head. Mia had to go and get towels. And what ended up happening was a call was made, and essentially Cassie was taken to a plastic surgeon, and they were told that Cassie was drinking during this and that it wasn't a violent encounter. encounter that had happened that had caused this type of nash or gash, I should say, as far as just the blood and the amount of blood that was taken, or the amount of blood, I should say, that just gushed from her head, essentially. And so they lied, or not lied, but they essentially said that this incident was because Cassie was drinking. She fell down and hit her head. So that was in regards to just the bed frame incident. But yes, Jesse, to your point, it was definitely one of those sticking out moments, especially because you finally see people stepping in, even kind of in a way attacking Diddy for the most part to get him off of Cassie. But even as far as the end of the cross-examination is concerned, yes, Xavier Donaldson was really asking Deonte Nash just about his communications with Diddy in the years even after he stopped working with them professionally. So this was around kind of the 2019 timeframe. We see an exhibit photo of this text message between Deonte and Diddy was upset that Deonte didn't tell him that Cassie was seeing the trainer. And who was the trainer? Well, the trainer is Alex Fine, her now husband, who she just had her third child with. And so Diddy used this text message to kind of ask how Cassie was doing. And I think the defense was kind of pointing out that that Diddy still cared about Cassie even after their relationship, because again, this was 2019. They broke up in 2018. All the D names. Deonte reached out to Diddy about Kim Porter's death and even Andre Harrell's death. Andre Harrell was a central figure in Diddy's life. He was somebody who had mentored him, and you could arguably say that Andre Harrell is kind of the reason that Diddy got to the point where he is as far as success is concerned. Maybe Diddy doesn't think that, but really you could kind of argue that in a way. But then we see another text message kind of going back in time a little bit, this one from January 30th of 2016. And this is where the cross-examination ends, where they were kind of implying that Cassie was secretive. She didn't tell Deonte, who she considers to be a best friend, just about the freak-offs, that he didn't know about these freak-offs until 2013 when they were at just a hotel together, they were hanging out together, and Diddy was threatening to release these sexually explicit videos of him, and just how it kind of ties back to Deonte saying, like, girl, let him release these videos because he's on them too. It kind of relates to that. And so they ended the cross-examination where Xavier Donaldson asked, "You deeply care for Cassie?" And Deonte responded, "Correct. And she kept major secrets from you." And Deonte Nash, in his Deonte Nash way, was like, "Well, I keep secrets from her too. We don't have to tell each other everything," which, do best friends have to tell each other every single aspect of their lives? I mean, not necessarily. It's not necessarily holding a secret, but I feel like what the defense was trying to point out, that this was this big secret that she wouldn't even tell her closest friends that these types of things even happen.
By the way, before I let you go, Elizabeth, you have Deonte Nash, you have Mia. How is the jury reacting to this testimony?
Well, let me tell you, Jesse, today for Mia's testimony, it was a packed courtroom. And so it was really kind of hard to see because of all the bodies in front of me, just their reaction to everything. But so far, it seems like from what I can see, and that's really kind of the tail end of the jury box, is just that these jurors are doing what they've been doing for the past couple of weeks. Is they're taking notes, they're listening. I couldn't see if there was like an emotional reaction, especially as Mia was kind of talking about the bed frame incident, because for Mia's point of view, it seemed like she was very upset recalling this particular piece of testimony. So I couldn't tell if there was an emotional reaction from the jury. And even from Diddy's side over on the defense table, I could barely see his reaction to things. In between heads, sometimes I would see him jotting down notes or shaking his head, that type of thing, especially when it came to Mia flat out saying that Diddy had sexually assaulted her more than once. But as far as just the jury's reaction overall, it's really hard to tell sometimes with them.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because we have a question that came in on YouTube from L. Spelunker. Is anyone acting shocked by all of this in the courtroom? His mom, his kids, the jurors? Does Diddy make any noises or movements? So you're kind of giving us a perspective on what we should be seeing in that courtroom and what we're expecting. Elizabeth, I know you have to head back in there. Thank you so much, as always, for your great reporting, your great detail. We're lucky to have you. Thanks so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take your questions. Obviously, a lot to talk about here, including with Mia's testimony. So right now, let me bring on Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator, and also David Ring, civil trial attorney who has a specialization in sex crimes cases. Thank you both so much for taking the time. David, I'll start with you. Mia, important witness. What are you taking away from her testimony so far today?
it's early in her testimony, Jesse, but so far seems like a very, very powerful witness for the prosecution. One thing that seems noticeable by people in the courtroom is her demeanor, which is really important. Jurors watch the demeanor of witnesses, and this woman doesn't want to be there. She's very soft spoken. She keeps her head down, and all of that leads to credibility because of the things she's going to talk about. And I think the most important one will be that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs.
Got a great question here for you, Alexis. I mean, all these questions are great, but I mentioned before how the judge is trying to keep everybody on schedule, right? There was one thing to say, hey, we got to get Cassandra Ventura in and out of here. She's about to give birth. And guess what? She gave birth, a week, 2 weeks after her testimony? I get it. But the question we have here from Stephen Clark is, Jesse, why is there a timeline on the trial? Seems somewhat rushed to get through to keep to particular timelines. Shouldn't it be as long as it takes type of trial? That's a fair question, Alexis. What do you think?
Well, so judges do have a right to kind of, be the monitor of their courtroom to some extent. I think what the judge is communicating here is really we have coordination issues. We have to fly people in and out. And this happens all the time when you have trials with witnesses. But in this case, you have a lot of witnesses coming from other areas. So to ask the defense how long they anticipate that they are going to need for cross is totally reasonable. The judge is not putting a specific timeline on them. They seem to be it appears to me, laying this out as possible appealable issue, but the judge is making it clear that they're not doing that. We need this for coordination purposes.
By the way, I'll just throw another question to you, Alexis. This is from Amanda Miles. Does the government pay for their hotel and plane flights for the people they call as witnesses?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it is possible that they are paying for their travel expenses to get there.
By the way, just a great audience. The questions we get are phenomenal. These are questions that I think about and then I ask again in my sidebar show, because I think people are really have a deep dive into this and are asking the right questions, including from Rita Connors. So now I go to you, David, for this question. And by the way, we did a whole sidebar on victim number 3, and apparently who we believe is Gina, who's come up so many times during the course of this case. And if it is in fact Gina, who the defense has been saying Sean Combs was cheating on Cassie with, the question we have from Rita Connors is, hey, Jesse, if victim 3 refuses to testify, and yeah, we don't really know if she's going to make an appearance. There was a whole back and forth about whether or not the prosecution could get a hold of her attorney or her. Even last week, Mark Agnifilo said she's out of the case. She's not coming. Prosecution fought back on that. But anyway, hey, Jesse, if victim 3 refuses to testify, can prosecutors point to Sean's behavior in jail, the fact that he was contacting witnesses while in jail, even using other inmates to contact witnesses? David, that's interesting, right? Because I think the argument would be you are assuming he is the one who's responsible for victim 3 not showing up. And I don't think we can make that leap just yet without more evidence, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, look, if there is some concrete evidence that Combs was the one who somehow intimidated witness or victim 3 from appearing at the trial, that's fair game to introduce at this trial to say that's why she's not here. I don't think we have that. I haven't heard that. And so if there's not a direct link to that type of evidence, that's not an argument we're going to hear at this trial. You're just not going to hear from Gina.
So, David, listen to this. This is something that you have specialized into. As you know, Mia is testifying under a pseudonym. Alleged victim number 3 was actually going to testify using a real name. Cassie testified with a real name. We had put a poll up on Law and Crime on YouTube. Does the victim's decision to reveal their identity influence legitimacy, validity of the allegations? You ready for this? 62% say no, 37% say yes. What do you make of that?
I think in this day and age that we understand in the public that victims of sexual assault oftentimes want to remain anonymous. They don't want the whole world to know that they were a victim of assault, and the courts are really good at protecting that. This jury obviously knows the name of Mia, the pseudonym. They know her real name. They've been told her name. But I don't think that's surprising. I think we understand that these victims deserve protection from the media and the public to keep their identities private.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And, look, I think it becomes a question of, does it affect their credibility? Does it affect why they don't want to be revealed? I mean, will the jury think for a minute, if she doesn't want to reveal her identity, is it because she's concerned about Sean Combs? Does it have to do with the substance of her testimony? Let me ask you this, Alexis, does the judge give an instruction to the jury about that at all, about a pseudonym and what they should take away or not take away from using a pseudonym?
Yes, usually that's going to be requested, and that's going to be an instruction to the jury. I think in this instance, like David had said, since we have these allegations of rape, I don't think that the jury is going to, infer that, or it's going to affect her credibility negatively. Actually, I think it supports it based on her demeanor, that she is appearing to really be afraid and timid and nervous, and it aligns with her not wanting her real name out there. And as well, it's going to be interesting on cross, because she's coming across in this manner in front of the jury. The jury may have a tendency to want to protect her, and if the defense comes at her, that could potentially really backfire.
Got a question here from Soul Shadow. I'll throw it to you, David. Mia described extreme working conditions, sleep deprivation, constant surveillance. Does this forced labor allegation strengthen the prosecution's case under the RICO charge? Because this is a great question. There are a number of predicate crimes for RICO. Prosecution has to prove at least two. Forced labor is one of them. As I was listening to her testimony or reading the transcript or the reporting on her testimony, I thought this might go towards forced labor. Does it?
Oh, absolutely, it does. I think her testimony was that she would work several days in a row, 24/7, without any sleep, and that if she tried to leave, the security guards would come after her and bring her back. And so all of this goes to this enterprise of Sean Combs, that this extreme, outrageous working conditions that absolutely you can equate to being forced labor under the RICO statutes.
I can't hear him.
We think he ran this criminal enterprise, but put the sex trafficking, we think he committed, predicate crimes X, Y, and Z, right?
Yeah, you cut out there, Jesse. So
Oh, okay.
I,
Let me. Sorry about that. Let me toss back to that. So again, I'll throw this to Alexis. They can convict him of racketeering, even if, when I mean the jury can, even if they don't believe sex trafficking. If they say, you know what, we're not entirely sure about the sex trafficking charge for Cassandra Ventura, they say, we still believe he's the leader of this criminal enterprise that engaged in, kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery, obstruction, drug trafficking. So they could, let's be clear about that, right? They can still convict him of that. The top charge, life in prison, even if they put aside all the allegations of sex trafficking, right, Alexis? I'll throw that to you.
Absolutely, Jesse. Absolutely. And I think the issue with the forced labor is very important, because the defense is trying to make it out like, oh, he's guilty of domestic violence. But even if you're dating somebody and you can't force them to do labor, that doesn't fall under domestic violence. That falls under something else. So we've got a lot that they're piling on here. It's not just these issues with, the alleged domestic violence, as the defense wants us to believe. The rape of Mia is very important, because we can't throw that under domestic violence. That would be a separate rape charge. So they can't just hide under what they're attempting to do.
David, got a question here from Caro G. Goes back to what we were talking about before. Everyone present, including press and Diddy, knows who Mia is. What's the value to keep anonymity at this point? Am I missing something?
well, people in the courtroom may know who she is. The jury knows who she is. The lawyers know who she is. I don't think the media in the courtroom know her name. What my understanding is, the jury was given a copy of her passport that has her photograph and her actual name on it. And so they know her identity. But that's an exhibit that's going to be, under protection and sealed. No one else knows, unless they're guessing and speculating. No one has been told her name, and so the world in general, all of us out here, we don't necessarily know who this victim is. And when she leaves the witness stand and goes back to her normal life, most of the people out there are not going to know her true identity. And that's apparently how she wants it to be.
Alexis, I think it's been pretty clear that the prosecution has focused a lot of their time on demonstrating that Sean Combs was physically abusive. So you have multiple people testifying about this. You have the 2016 video of him appearing to beat Cassandra Ventura. You have photographs of Cassandra Ventura's injuries. So this question from C Smooth Skater: why didn't they add charges for abuse in this case?
It complicates it. You really want to keep it as clean. If they can get RICO and the human trafficking, they don't need that. The abuse charge. Also, I think that if we're talking about going back to the hotel situation, the statute of limitations would run on that.
Because they're state charges. That's really state charges, what we're talking about. And Alexis, the criticism that has been leveled against the federal government, for those who don't believe the evidence that's being put forward so far, is you took these allegations and you transformed them into these federal charges where there's not a statute of limitations issue. And that's what the defense would be saying. And you're saying this is sex trafficking. You're saying this is racketeering. But is it really? I mean, I was talking about this before. This is, I believe personally, I think the prosecution has been presenting quite a strong case in the last few weeks, but it's not a clean case. It's not the most easily digestible sex trafficking and racketeering cases we've seen in previous criminal cases, right? So I wonder if, those criticisms are valid, that it's an interesting way to charge him, and you don't usually see someone like him charged in this way. Doesn't mean that he wouldn't be convicted, doesn't mean that the evidence isn't there, but you understand that criticism? Am I fair to raise that, Alexis?
I mean, I've heard that criticism. I disagree. I think when you are trafficking humans for labor or sex across state lines, we've got federal trafficking. So that we've got that down. But the question is why they do the RICO. And I'm hearing the same thing. I think that this is very agreeable to a RICO charge. I mean, there is an allegation that there's this enterprise and there were these criminal acts that were done. So I think to do it as a RICO, I think why it's taking the public back is it is an unusual charge. And I think we got to go back to why RICO was created. It was really to get the mob. It was a norm, to get the mob bosses. And I think that may be what is confusing the public as to not just charging them with the simpler charges.
I got a question here from Shop Girl. I'll throw it to you, David. In federal cases such as this one, does Diddy still have access to his money and estate?
Oh no, he doesn't. I mean, he does to pay his lawyers and things like that, but look, all of that was frozen by the federal government when they arrested him and charged him with these crimes. So he does not have unfettered access to his estate, to his assets, to all of those things. Those are things that in a RICO charge have been, really locked down and prevented from him from gaining full access to all those things.
I'll throw another question at you, David. This is from Cheryl Willis. Are all his employees at all his businesses about to lose their jobs? What will happen to the contracts the artists have with Bad Boy?
Oh boy, I'll tell you, the fallout will be tremendous. Let's assume that he gets convicted of any of these crimes. The fallout is massive, and look at how many people will be affected by it. And sure, I mean, I don't know, does his businesses survive after this type of trial and these allegations? I'd be surprised if they do. Maybe they're transformed into a different name and someone else is running them, or they're sold off. But no, I think there will be massive fallout in all of his business enterprises from this.
Got a question from Camilla. I'll throw this to you, Alexis. Do you think with the fingerprints missing, Diddy's team might try to tamper with the evidence or influence the judges? I believe this is in relation to what happened yesterday. with Kid Cudi, right? Remember Kid Cudi had testified last week about his home being broken into, about his car being set on fire. There was a back and forth yesterday that turned into quite a show outside the presence of the jury, where the defense objected to the line of questioning from the prosecution about missing fingerprint cards because they were concerned the jury would take away from that Diddy or his team were responsible for missing fingerprint cards. The judge even was kind of ticked off at the questioning from the prosecution, told the jury to disregard all of the commentary about that, all of the testimony regarding fingerprint cards. But again, the question is, do you think with the fingerprints missing, Diddy's team might try to tamper with the evidence or influence the judges? Is this a situation where we might again be, jumping too far to make an assumption?
I'm going to hope not. But I mean, there has been some concern that he may get to, a juror. There's been concern about him tampering with witnesses. But I'm going to hope that he's not doing that. And I'm going to hope that that does not happen. But it definitely, under the circumstance of what people have testified to, it is a concern.
By the way, so we're waiting for court to start up again. And one of the things I love about the lunchtime show here is we will report to you in real time what is happening in the courtroom, the testimony, and we will break it down for you in real time from a legal point of view about what's actually happening, what this means. So as soon as that starts up, we'll let you know. We're still taking your questions up on YouTube. Keep them coming through. We got a question from Miss Max. I'll throw this to you, David. Christian Combs has been named in connection with assaulting someone on a yacht outing with Diddy. Will he be called to the stand? So just to provide a little context, yes, he has been sued outside of the criminal context. He has been sued for allegedly assaulting a steward on this yacht. We've actually reported on this here on Long Crime and Sidebar. But do you think he's going to be called to the stand either by the prosecution or the defense?
Well, I don't think he's going to be called by the prosecution. I just don't think they need to get into that particular allegation. And it is that is part of a civil case. It's not part of this criminal case. Does the defense call him some sort of character witness or something like that? Remains to be seen. But I don't think those allegations necessarily fit into this case for either side at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is an interesting question. I'll throw this to you, Alexis. This is from Legs7K. Hello to Jesse and studio guests. When the incident happened of Sean Combs turning up to the hotel with Nash, Cassie, Mia, didn't he knock on the door with a gun present? Now, I don't remember exactly, Alexis. You might remember this. But, Capricorn Clark, who had testified earlier in the week, she had testified, right, that when she was allegedly kidnapped by Combs, he had a gun present. I don't remember specifically. You might remember this, but your thoughts on this. I'll try to take a quicker look as well.
I don't remember specifically, but he may have, because it seems like he was always in possession or carrying some sort of weapon, or had somebody with him that was carrying a weapon. But I don't specifically remember that testimony.
Look, and that's important for a number of reasons. So if you're trying to transform the narrative that he is a mob boss who used threats and violence and threats of violence, that's important for the pattern of illegal racketeering activity. But also, anytime you're talking about this with respect to Cassie Ventura, force, fraud, coercion to induce her to engage in sex trafficking and commercial sex acts, and being in an environment of violence and threats and guns, that is something the prosecution is going to argue, that she had no choice because of this, because she was in fear for her life. So the more we hear that's really important. Okay. We have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Nest Dog. Thank you, Nest Dog. I'll throw this to you, David. Does the system have safeguards against jurors going rogue? I keep hearing that it only takes one juror.
It only takes one juror to have a hung jury. Obviously in a criminal case, it's got to be a unanimous verdict, right? It's not like a civil case where it can be 9-3 or 8-4 sometimes. It's got to be unanimous. And so, hey, there are rogue jurors out there. There are jurors who get on big cases and they have a hidden agenda, and their agenda might be because they really like the defendant and they're not going to convict him under any situation at all. And it's very hard to weed those jurors out. But that's why they have these juror questionnaires during jury selection. And that's why they have a very vigorous jury selection, so that the lawyers can weed out certain jurors like that that may have a hidden agenda. But hey, it has happened in other big trials. Who knows if it happens here?
Goes to another question that we got, and I'll throw this to both of you, but I'll start with you, Alexis. This is a question from T. What's the likelihood of Diddy beating the case? And again, if you got one juror, a hung jury, right? One juror, is that a win for Diddy or not? But I mean, what's the likelihood of Diddy getting a hung jury, or maybe better for him, obviously, an acquittal on these charges?
Well, I mean, if I knew that, I'd be betting on the odds in Vegas right now. But that being said, I mean, I think it was Suge Knight said he's very lucky. He's a very lucky guy. And then I think he also said in an interview that if he does get convicted, that there's a high probability that Trump might pardon him.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, David. I think what came out of this trial, whether he's convicted or not, is it dirties up a lot. It's going to be hard to justify a pardon. I don't want to get political on this, but I do have to say, David, look, my perspective, I think transportation to engage in prostitution, so literally transporting alleged victims and sex workers for purposes or the intent of sex work, I think they're going to have an easy time proving that. I mean, Cassie has been taken to different locations where she allegedly engaged in sex work with sex workers. And I believe she testified there was at least one who was used in multiple places. I think that's might be an easier charge. At the beginning of the case, I wasn't sure about racketeering or sex trafficking, but the more I hear from these assistants and possibly bodyguards about what this organization was like, what this, these job duties were like, and whether it's cleaning up hotel rooms or setting up the freak offs or the violence or what happened with allegedly Kid Cudi, the more they're building the narrative of a criminal organization and the more they're building the narrative that he committed the predicate crimes here of sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, bribery, obstruction. I see them building the racketeering case. And with sex trafficking, at least with respect to Cassie Ventura, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the 2016 incident, right, of him purportedly beating her in that hotel room, wearing a towel, she claims right after a freak off. I think that is an easily digestible way to get sex trafficking. I think the idea also of him sitting, the allegation that him sitting next to her on a plane, showing her tapes of freak offs, allegedly threatening to release them. They land. He asks for a freak off. He gets a freak off. You have the elements of travel, coercion, commercial sex. Those are two areas where I think it would be easier for the jury to convict him of sex trafficking. That's my take. But do you think he's going to beat the case, David?
I'm in your camp, Jesse. I'll be, I was very skeptical of some of these charges at the outset of this case, and I followed it very closely. And the prosecution has won me over at this point. I mean, they have proven these charges, and let's face it, boy, is there anyone on that jury that likes Sean Combs at this point in time? I mean, he comes across as an absolutely despicable person. I mean, the things that we have heard about him in the last few weeks, there's no way anyone on his jury looks at him the way they did on day one. And that's going to hurt him, and it's going to make it way easier for this jury to convict him on all these charges. There's absolutely there's nothing there that this jury, I think, that they're going to sit there and want to fight for Sean Combs at the end of this trial. At least not at this point.
Got an update from court. The prosecutor says we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records. Ms. Garagos, this is Tenny Garagos referring to Sean Combs' defense counsel. Ms. Garagos has agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us and we to them. Garagos responds, that's fine. The judge says, let's get Mia back. So we're going to see the continuation of her testimony, and we'll break it down in real time. Okay, here we go. Question from KC. I go to you, Alexis. Is it true jurors make a decision of guilt or not guilty within the first couple of days of trial?
Well, I mean, jurors are human. So, I mean, appearances and what they're seeing, but they could have an initial opinion and then it can be shifted as testimony comes out. I mean, they are supposed to keep an open mind and they're supposed to listen to the testimony. But I think in this case, like David said, I mean, he's coming across with all this testimony as a pure monster, in my opinion. So I don't know if the defense is going to get and be able to shift what they already have in their mind.
that raises a bigger question here, David, right? I've talked day in and day out about the law, about the elements, about all that. You think the jury's going to come back and say, wow, what did we just hear over the past 8 weeks? We really do not like this guy. We want to convict him of something. Let me be clear. They shouldn't do that. Okay. I don't care what the defendant is. I don't care who the defendant is. You should not, as a juror who has a very important responsibility, make a decision based on emotion. You base it on the facts, you base it on the law, the jury instructions, the arguments. You don't do it based on, we think he's a bad guy, he must have committed some crime. No, did the prosecution prove this case, these charges beyond a reasonable doubt? But they're humans, David. What do you think?
Well, look, that's why closing arguments are going to be vitally important in this case. And going back to the other question, yeah, sure, there's jurors who make up their mind before the trial is actually over. But I'll tell you this: I've had a lot of trials. I've talked to a lot of jurors after the trials. The vast majority of jurors truly they follow the judge's instruction and they go into deliberations with a fairly open mind and they listen to the other jurors, and oftentimes they go in with one position in their head and they're swayed to change their mind because of jury deliberations and they take it very seriously. So I think, I give the jury the benefit of the doubt in this case that they're all taking this incredibly seriously. They're all going to deliberate in good faith. But closing arguments will be crucial because, the prosecution is going to probably say just that. Hey, you can't convict him just because you don't like him. Here's the elements of these crimes. And the prosecution, we've fulfilled all these elements. That's why you convict him.
Got a super chat question from Nestdog. Nestdog, thank you so much. I'll throw it to you, Alexis. Can the judge give instructions to the jury stating he will not allow a hung jury?
No, the judge cannot do that. If the judge can send the jury back to continue to deliberate, but he cannot instruct the jury that he won't allow a hung jury.
Can give an Allen charge, right? Basically, like if they're like, we're deadlocked, continue deliberating. I'm encouraging you, go back, try to deliberate. Sometimes it comes back with a guilty verdict. Sometimes it comes back with an acquittal. Sometimes they come back, we're still undecided. Okay, update from court. All rise. Prosecutor Smizer is asking Mia, again, alleged victim number 4. Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? Yes, to Parrot Cay twice in 2012, me, Puff, and Cass. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. That travel component is really important, David, right?
Yeah, it goes right to the heart of the sex trafficking, the transportation for prostitution. Every time you hear travel, they're not just putting that in there, just to put it in there. It's important to these particular elements of these crimes that there's transportation that leads to some sort of criminal act.
Got a question from Ashley Glass. If Diddy gets acquitted for this, can the government retry? Nope. If he's acquitted, that's the end of the case. That's the end of those charges. All right. We have a poll. Do you think victim 3's refusal to testify could...
All right, y'all. We are back from lunch. Court is back in session. So let's get caught up right quick with any update that we have here before we jump to the X feed. Okay, the jury is going to be kept until 4 p.m. today. And we'll look at this once we have a break when we're waiting on the X feed update. We'll go back to that and check that out. But let's go now to the X thread. Let's see if we've started going. And I see some lawyer talk. Okay. They do have Mia back on the stand now. So I'll switch you all over so you can kind of follow along with me on the X thread if you like, or if not, you could just sit back and listen. I'll take care of you from here so that you can hear what's going on. So just one second. Let me just share that screen. Okay. All right. So we are, like I said earlier, we are back from lunch. Court is back in session. Mia, a pseudonym that is being used by this witness, is back on the stand. So let's just pick up where we are right now. The prosecutor is asking the questions of Mia. The defense has not yet crossed Mia at all. So we're still with the prosecution asking the questions of Mia. Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? And she said yes, to Parrot Key twice in 2012, me, Puff, and Cass. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. Cass ran saying, "You've got to help me. He's going to kill me." Prosecutor, what did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. We ran. Prosecutor, what do you remember about running? I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs. Did you run another time? Mia, I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape, like 2 separate times. Wow. We got onto paddle boards and went out on the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat and we went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark and the defense objects. The judge overrules the objection, and Mia said we excuse me. And Mia said we went back. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody here said, "Stop it, Brian." Yeah, Brian, still, why are you objecting to that? That is nothing to object to. Um, somebody said, "I'm calling Cap." Somebody else said, "This sounds like a Jason movie." Someone else said, "I'm surprised his drugged out ass didn't swim after them." And you're right, because some of these incidents, especially the one where they were getting ready to go to the OVO fest, it sounds like he was like possessed. So yeah, I am surprised that he didn't jump in the water and try to swim out after them. Somebody said not in the ocean looking like castaways. Mm, okay, Psycho Batman theme. Yeah. All right, let's see if we have any other update at this point. Okay, yes. So again, Mia said we got on the paddle boards and we went out on the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat and we went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark and defense attorney objects, judge overrules. Mia says we went back. Did you ever call the police? Mia said no. Prosecutor said, why not? I believed Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and hashtag Me Too. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. Now, I'd be surprised if the defense doesn't object here. Yeah, and this also is not the first time that a witness has testified about thinking there were certain things they couldn't do because they were under a non-disclosure agreement. And I think this case is probably going to be the best example where there needs to be more clarification around what an NDA is and what is the limitations of an NDA. Because I'm finding it hard to believe that under an NDA, you can't speak on stuff that's being done if it's criminal. That can't be. It can't be legal for you to have a document to say that it's illegal for you to report a crime, talk about a crime, or anything like that. So I don't know. I haven't heard any of the lawyers talk about this, and maybe they haven't. I've just missed it. But I haven't heard any talk about this. But there have been several witnesses now who have mentioned these NDA agreements as as being the reason why they could not speak out on some of the stuff that they were seeing while they were working for Puff. So let's see if we have another update. Okay, we do. Again, we left off with Mia, who was saying, I believe Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and Me Too movement. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. The prosecutor, what's this? Mia said a photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She was bruising under her makeup. I took this photo. Prosecutor, any other injuries covered up on a red carpet? Yes, at Cannes Film Festival. Okay. Prosecutor, what injuries did you see? A busted lip. She was injured. Prosecutor, where were you? Mia, in her home, in her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Prosecutor, did you learn how she got the injuries? Mia, Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Oh, oh. Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Is it possible that the prosecution might have this audio recording? Is that possible? Because if they do, I mean, we already have the video from the Intercontinental Hotel, but it'll be interesting to see if they actually have this audio recording, which is not in evidence, right? If it still exists, if it is something that wasn't done away with, this might be a good time to bring it forward. All right. So while we're waiting on that, let me flip over to CNN right quick and see what they're saying about this. All right. Mia, one of Sean Diddy Combs' former assistants and an alleged victim, testified that she went on a trip to Turks and Caicos with Combs and Cassie in 2012. She witnessed violence from Combs towards Cassie more than once. Quote, I was woken up, the Cass running and screaming into the room. She was screaming for help and saying, you got to help me. He's going to kill me. Cass is normally very chill, calm, and it was like the most terrified someone screaming for their life. She and Ventura pushed furniture toward the door, but Combs caught up to Ventura, banging and screaming at the door, Mia said. So she said they ran out the back of the room, through the patio, and onto the beach to hide. Boy. You going to jail. You going to jail. Well, you're already in jail. You're going to prison. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Hopefully we have an update by now. Yep, we do. All right. So Mia left off saying that Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Prosecutor, how did Cassie sound on the audio recording? Defense objects. The judge overrules the objection. Mia said panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. Prosecutor, did you go to events? Mia, the premiere of Brad Pitt's movie, Killing Them Softly. Wow. So let's just see while we're waiting for the update. Let me check and see what CNN says. Mia and an alleged victim, a former assistant alleged victim, testified about some of the injuries she would see on Cassie Ventura. Quote, I would see bruises on her body and fat lips and busted eyebrow like a gash on her forehead, black eyes, things like that, she said. The jury was shown a photo Mia took of Ventura at the premiere of The Perfect Match. Mia testified that Ventura had bruising on her arm and under her eye that was covered by makeup. Mia testified about another occasion where she said she and Cassie ran away from Diddy while they were in Turks and Caicos. She said she didn't remember what led up to the incident, but she remembers visuals of them hiding and trying to escape. Mia testified that she and Ventura took paddle boards they found on the beach and paddled out to sea while Combs was running back and forth on the beach behind the house screaming at us. Mia said they got far out on the water, but then the weather took a turn. She said they were trying to decide if it was, quote, scarier to face Mother Nature or to go back to Puff, referring to Combs' nickname. Eventually, they went back to shore, she said. All right, let's see if we have an update at this point on the X thread. Okay. Yep. So we left off with the prosecutor asking Mia, did you go to events? Mia said the premiere of Brad Pitt's movie, Killing Them Softly. Prosecutor, what happened at the premiere? Mia, Puff was digging his nails into her arm and talking low. Prosecutor, what would Mr. Combs ask you to do? Take care of her. I'd bring her Amica gel? And prosecutor said, for what? And Mia said, bruises. I just I can't imagine. I can't imagine this as a job. That this is your job. A part of your job is to make sure you have the necessary gel for the bruises that your boss's girlfriend is going to get because he's kicking her ass. That is your job. Mm. Someone said, I can't find any sensible reason for even speculate why he used to do this to her. This is why I hope they prove Rico so he could pay for DV as well. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people with that sentiment. There, just like there's a lot of people who are like, you know, who wants you to just show like you have the evidence to, convict him of the things he's charged for, because you may have a subset of people out there who are pro Diddy, and regardless of anything they've seen or heard, they're rooting for Diddy. I'm not talking about that subset of people because they own something. I don't know what they own. But yeah, I do think there are people who's like, y'all need to prove this Rico racketeering and other things because he is such a horrific person. He needs to go to prison. I'm telling you right now, he's going to prison. He's going to prison. And like I've said repeatedly, the only questions on the table is for which charges and for how long. But he's going to prison. All right, let's see what else we have here. All right, we do have an update. So again, we left off with Mia saying that what part of what Combs asked her to do was to take care of Cassie, which was to bring this arnica gel. For what, the prosecutor asked. Mia said for bruises. The prosecutor said, let's turn to December 22nd, 2011. Mia said at Puff's house, the mood was darker than normal. This was more of a, like, Puff was upset. Prosecutor, him. Okay, I think he meant, what did she tell him? Mia said that Cass had been talking to somebody else. Prosecutor, who? Kid Cudi. Okay. Okay, so we all knew that Diddy had found out about Kid Cudi. We never knew how he found out about Kid Cudi. Because really, honestly, he could have found out many different ways, I feel. Because Capricorn Clark had to tell Cassie's dingy self that, hey, if you're gonna be like messing around with Kid Cudi and trying to go to restaurants out in public and all of this and talking to him on the phone and stuff, you might need to get a burner phone because you know Diddy pays for the phone and he can see everything, the activity that's happening on the phone. So it's interesting to see here that, and that's why I said he could have found out. I just, when they said he found out, I was just like, oh, okay, because of course he would. He found out you were at the Prince party. He seems to have a lot of people who are whispering or letting him know what's going on, and who knows how far he might go with tracking you through technology or other ways. So I wasn't surprised when we saw an earlier testimony that Diddy had found out about Kid Cudi. It is interesting now to see that according to this testimony from Mia, she told him that Cassie had been messing around with Kid Cudi. And I don't know if they're going to go into this or not, but my one of my first thoughts was, why would you do that? Because you already know he's violent. You already know the things he's going to do. So what would make you tell him that she was messing around with Kid Cudi? Did she think that if he found out about it and if he knew that she knew about it and didn't tell him, that he would be more violent with her? I would love to know the reason. Okay, so we left off with Mia saying, the prosecutor said, what did she tell him? Mia said that Cass had been talking to somebody else. Prosecutor, who? Kid Cudi. Prosecutor, how was he? Mia said he seemed heartbroken. It was ominous. I'd never witnessed Cass to do something to really cause him to be upset. I felt something bad would happen. Prosecutor, did you then see her? Mia, in a black car with Capricorn Clark. Somebody said, if Mia was so close to Cassie, why the heck did she tell Diddy about Cudi? Same thing I just said. Someone else said, thank you for establishing that this is a bad boyfriend case and not a sex trafficking case. Someone else said, heartbroken. Don't you need a heart for that? Yeah. Let's see if we have an update. All right, while we're waiting, flip over and see what CNN is saying right now. Let's see. Mia witnessed many more violent incidents between Combs and then girlfriend Cassie Ventura than the one she had testified to today, but she didn't report the abuse to police for multiple reasons. Quote, I believe that Puff's authority was above the police, said the ex-employee, using another common nickname for the music mogul. This was a period where years and years before social media or the Me Too or any sort of example where someone had stood up successfully to someone in power such as him. She said Combs also constantly stressed confidentiality. She was taught to believe that the violence she witnessed fell under the requirement of loyalty she had to Combs's business, the ex-employee testified. Quote, I was supposed to protect him from people. And the former assistant who was testifying said the former assistant who was testifying under the pseudonym of Mia. So many people were trying to blackmail him, she said, that, quote, I came to believe reporting anything was blackmail. So many people were trying to blackmail him, she said, that I came to believe reporting anything was blackmail. That's an interesting statement. Cassie Ventura would stay in hotels when her injuries were too obvious to cover up before she had her own place in Los Angeles. Mia, one of Sean Diddy's former assistants, said, when Mia visited Ventura at a hotel while she was recovering, they weren't allowed to leave the room. Cassie would eventually leave after her injuries had healed enough to cover up, Mia said. Wow. This is just sad on so many levels. Mia testified that Diddy appeared heartbroken when he found out Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi. Instead of just mad, Puff was upset, she said. Quote, normally he was just angry and aggressive, and this time felt like almost this dark calm before the storm, she said, adding that she was bracing herself for something, quote, really bad to happen. One of Sean, let's see, okay, so Mia testified that Cassie had visible injuries during the 2012 Cannes Film Festival. Mia recalled that she saw Ventura's busted lip and other injuries in a hotel room with Ventura's hairstylist. Ventura played a recording for Mia, who testified that she could hear Combs yelling at Ventura as he attacked her. She could hear the sound of someone getting hit and being attacked, essentially. During a movie premiere at Cannes, Mia testified she saw Combs aggressively talking to Ventura through gritted teeth and digging his nails into her arm. Wow. This just, oh, I'm going to have to watch a comedy after doing this today because this is just a lot. Okay, let's see what else we may have on the update. All right, so we left off. The prosecutor said, "Did you then see her?" Mia said, "Well, let me back up a little bit more." The prosecutor asked, "How was Puff when you told him this?" Mia said he seemed heartbroken. It was ominous. I'd never witnessed Cassie do something to really cause him to be upset. I felt something bad would happen. Prosecutor, did you then see her? Mia said, in a black car with Capricorn Clark. Prosecutor, did you reach out to anyone? Yes, to D-Rock. D-Rock is Diddy's security team. Prosecutor shows an exhibit to Mia and asks, what's this? She said, my emails with D-Rock. Prosecutor, only the redacted one into evidence. Okay. The defense objects. The prosecutor said he was security. The judge said, with that foundation, admitted. Okay. Let's see where we go from here. Someone said Brian Steele is going crazy. He's objecting. I feel like Brian Steele, some of his objections have been like so wild to me. Like, what are you objecting to? And they were overruled. I felt like this man is just like, because we all respect Brian Steele, even looking at what he did when he was representing Young Thug. But some of these objections he's had, it's like, what are you objecting to? Even those of us who are not lawyers, and some of his objections, we're like, that's going to be overruled. What are you objecting to? I feel like he's just over there trying to say, hell, I'm just going to throw anything against the wall and see if I can make something work. Because Sean, you're going to prison. Okay. Someone said you should be objecting to the objectifier, but I digress. Well, everybody has a right to an attorney. Someone said, why isn't D-Rock getting on the stand? He has much to tell, just like Mia. This man knows everything. I so agree, and I expect to see D-Rock. I expect to see him on the stand. Because if he wasn't going to be on the stand along with the Bonds guy, who was also a part of the security team, and Uncle Paulie, who was a part of the security team, they are clearly co-conspirators. KK, chief of staff, she's a co-conspirator. Harv Pierre, he's a co-conspirator. The other guy, well, no, she's actually a lady. Her name just sounds like it's a guy. Oh, what is her name? Tony something. She's a co-conspirator. But since we don't see any of those people up here sitting next to Diddy, then if those charges are not to come later, these people have cut deals. And I just know we're going to see these people. I just know. We are definitely going to see some of these security folks, and we are definitely going to see KK. I just know it. Let's see if we have any other update at this time. Okay. All right. So yes, we do have an update. So let's go here. All right, so we left with the defense objecting to what the prosecutor was trying to admit into evidence. Prosecutor advised he was security. The judge, with that foundation, admitted what the prosecution was trying to present. Prosecutor says to Mia, read these messages. Mia said, I wrote to D Rock, I'm worried about P. This feels different. Hit this email when you get it. Love you. Prosecutor, were you romantically involved with D Rock? Oh my God. These lawyers do not understand like our slang or our lingo because nothing about that suggested that she was romantically involved with D Rock. Okay, let's go back. The prosecutor asked Mia to read the messages. Mia said, I wrote to D Rock, who is again Diddy security. I'm worried about P, talking about Diddy. This feels different. Hit this email when you get it. Love you. Prosecutor, were you romantically involved with D Rock? Mia said, definitely not. That's just how we talk. Yeah, come on, y'all. That don't mean she loved a man. So we are going to see what happens here. Let me check right quick. Okay, we don't have an update on the CNN side. So she's calling in reinforcements. She, which is still a mystery to me. She, meaning Mia, she told Diddy about Cassie seeing Kid Cudi. Why in the world would she tell Diddy that? Knowing that this man is violent, she at this point has already witnessed violent altercations with Diddy. She's seen it. She said that she's friends with Cassie. So why in the world would she tell Diddy, hey, Cassie and somebody? Diddy, tell me more. She's saying Kid Cudi. She basically saying in this testimony, she ain't never seen she ain't never seen Diddy respond the way he responded to that information. He wasn't angry in the moment. He wasn't aggressive in the moment when she told him that. According to her testimony, he's like a damn wounded animal. He's hurt. According to her testimony, he's heartbroken that Cassie could actually be seeing Kid Cudi. Okay. All right. But still, again, why would you tell him? You know he's wildly violent. Why would you tell him? Right? So let's keep following this testimony to see if maybe we get an answer to that. Okay. We got that part about that's how they talk. Let's see if we have an update. Okay. So let's go back where we left off. The prosecutor asked Mia, were you romantically involved with D Rock? Mia said, definitely not. That's just how we talked. Prosecutor, let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your role? Mia, I would sometimes take them there, unpack, set up. I would have to just like be on call essentially and clean up before housekeeping. Okay. So she's doing now what we've heard multiple assistants uh, say in their testimony what they had to do at the hotel after a freak off. So what she just described is what we've heard other assistants say that they also had to do. Prosecutor, what would you bring? Mia said his lotions and potions. Is that a Nicki Minaj reference from potions? Okay, anyway, okay. So we know what that is. Baby oil, Astroglide, toys, handcuffs, stuff. Okay, so anyway, let's just go back a little bit. Prosecutor said, what would you bring? Mia said his lotions and potions. Mia said Astroglide and candles. Some of them cheap Glade candles without the label on them. What? They had to be white. Prosecutor, what else would you bring to the hotel? Anything he forgot at the house, food, money. Prosecutor said, how much? Mia said a lot, like thousands of dollars. They had to pay those escorts. And somebody else who worked for the hotel, she's already testified that whenever Diddy booked into their hotel, they automatically added an additional $1,000 to the charge because they knew after he left that the hotel room would have to be deep cleaned. They already knew that. So yeah, yeah. Let's see if we have anything else going on here. All right. Yep, we do have an update. Okay. So we left off with the prosecutor saying, "What else would you bring to the hotel?" Mia said, "Anything he forgot at the house, food, money." Prosecutor, "How much?" "A lot, like thousands of dollars." Prosecutor, "Do you remember seeing Cassie?" Mia said, "At the London Hotel in New York. I brought something to the room. Cass opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig." Prosecutor, "How did she appear?" Mia, "Like she was struggling. I asked, 'Are you good?' And she closed the door." Well, she probably was strung out, because apparently that's something that her and Diddy did also a lot. And Cassie's even testified to that how sometimes she would turn up her drug usage when she had to participate in some of these freak offs. So let's see if we have any update on the CNN side. Not yet. All right. And these wigs, she's also talked about different wigs that Cassie has worn. Somebody said that vampire was feeding off of her. The London, okay, so I guess that's a picture somewhat of the hotel. Someone else said, "Ooh, a blue wig, Diddy. What you thinking, man?" Somebody else said, "Oh boy." Someone else said, "She knew she couldn't talk to anyone. I'm breaking the trial down live with these tweets. Join us." Okay. All right. So let's go back up and let me see who that is, because, like I want people to support me. I definitely want to support them. Uh, she knew she couldn't talk to anyone. I'm breaking the trial down with live with these tweets. All right. Let me just repost. Trying to support other people out here doing content creation. Okay. All right. So let's see if we have an update. Yes, we do. So we left off with the prosecutor asking, do you remember seeing Cassie?" And Mia said, "At the London Hotel in New York, I brought something to the room. Cass opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig." "How did she appear?" "Like she was struggling. I asked, 'Are you good?' And she closed the door." Prosecutor, "Who told you to clean the rooms?" Mia, Puff, and the office. "It was standard to sweep the room so no housekeeper could sell anything to TMZ." Oh, TMZ's gonna love mentioning that in their coverage. Prosecutor, "How were the rooms?" Mia said, "Destroyed. Candle wax everywhere. I've seen broken glass, sometimes blood, oil on walls." Now, y'all, this is probably, I know, definitely the second testimony, if not the third, where they've mentioned blood being in these hotel rooms. What are they doing? What are they doing? Now, I know Cassie testified that sometimes she would be, she said, forced to have freak offs while her cycle was on. So is that where this is coming from? Or are they on some other type of time in here with something that would cause blood to be a part of the cleanup? That is nasty. And that's like a biohazard. Like what? All on the walls. Seemed like he would have had to pay more than just $1,000 for extra for that hotel. Um, let's see if we have another update. Okay. So again, we left off with the prosecutor asking, "How were the rooms?" Mia said, "Destroyed. Candle wax everywhere. I've seen broken glass, sometimes blood, oil on walls." Prosecutor, "What would Mr. Combs tell you about the blood?" Oh my God. That it was period blood. Oh. 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 Prosecutor, "What happened in Cassie's car in LA?" Mia, "Cass got a call, then told me he wants to do a hotel night. I don't want to. She got sick." Prosecutor, after the hotel night, and Mia said, "Man down." Okay, don't know what that means. I'm sure we'll get more context on the CNN side once they have an update. Someone commented occult rituals, but folks will mock this, yet it is openly known about the music industry. I know who Mia is now. Oh, I don't think I want to know. How many girls out there get period blood on the walls? Jeesh. Cassie was in literal hell. Her therapist must have been the best in the world. Someone else said, I knew that was coming. Oh, that made my stomach hurt. Like, oh, it was period blood. Oh, that's just so terrible. That's just so terrible. That's just so terrible. That's just so terrible. Terrible. And that hotel, I don't know if it's the same hotel, but the person who worked for the hotel who testified, who showed that they automatically added $1,000 to Diddy's bill because they would always have to like do a deep clean on the room after he was there. This right here should cost more than $1,000. I'm surprised they only charge it. If it's the same hotel, I'm surprised they only added an additional $1,000. That's wow. Okay, let's see if we have an update. All right, so we left off with the prosecutor asking what happened in Cassie's car in LA. Cass got a call, then told me he wants to do a hotel night. I don't want to. She got sick. Prosecutor said, after the hotel night, Mia said, man down. Prosecutor, what did that mean? Mia, they'd stay in the room sleeping only up to eat. Prosecutor, did you do drugs before you worked for Mr. Combs? Mia said no. And after, yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He said that I was now part of the Breakfast Club. Told you. That's another theme. That's another theme of these people who are working for Diddy. They are all, so far with their testimony, they are using drugs as well. I'm really starting to think that if you worked for Diddy, it was a requirement that you partake in drugs. Because now there has been multiple employees who have testified that yes, they were also using drugs. Wow. All right, let's go back and see if we have an update. All right, somebody commented, Puff gave it to me. Someone else said, "Oh wow, everyone was high as cool as a Cooter Brown." This is so true. Everyone was high as Cooter Brown. Everyone was. Someone else said, to be fair, it makes sense how he could get away with all that pre-social media. Someone said, what a career to have. Someone else said, oh, this is bad for the diddler. Someone else said, I don't want to be in this club, sir. Right? You can miss me with the Breakfast Club. I do not want to be in the club. Someone else said, OMG. OMG. So everyone around him had to participate, or someone else said that. And that's what I'm saying. So many of these witnesses now, the people who worked for Diddy, they also took some of these drugs that was floating around while they were working with Diddy. And after you hear it from so many witnesses and different witnesses, you start to feel like, is this a requirement of the job? Is this a requirement? Someone else commented that everybody was high up. Yeah. For real. Everybody was. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So we left off with the prosecutor saying, did you do drugs before you worked for Mr. Combs? Mia said no. Prosecutor said, and after? She said, yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He said that I was now part of the Breakfast Club. Prosecutor, what did he mean? Mia, like the cool club. He said his MDMA was pure. I felt like I was now a friend hanging out and I could enjoy myself. Prosecutor, did you take ketamine? Yes, at Burning Man. We were partying on a tour bus. We had the blackout shades down. Wow. Okay. Someone commented, you were enjoying yourself making grown ass decisions to try to fit in and work your way up the Hollywood ladder. Okay. Someone else said, remember a time when we all mocked, dismissed, and laughed at people who talked about UFOs only for them to be proven true? Same thing about occult rituals and showbiz. Y'all still call it a lie despite overwhelming proof and testimony. Someone said, who wasn't taking drugs? Okay. That is the better question. Who was not taking drugs? Who? Because right now, everybody who's gotten on this stand who was associated with Diddy in any way, working for him, one of his artists, whatever, they were also taking drugs. Also taking drugs. It's just wow. Somebody said weird period blood. Why candles and drugs seem like a weird vibe combo. I just want to be pure. I don't know if somebody is suggesting that this is a part of the ritual that's happening, but okay. Someone else commented, sound like she chose to take it. Y'all not about to tell me this is a person being drugged. No, I would definitely not say that this is a person being drugged. I think the prosecution is perhaps going to try to say, after she had seen so much violence, she really felt as if she didn't have a choice. If they go there with Mia. And that is tricky. That is tricky. And it is something that it would be interesting to see in the end how an argument like that would actually land with a jury. Cuz it's sometimes it's kind of hard to go with, okay, this person just has no decision making power at all. At all. So I don't know if everybody on the jury is going to buy that. I don't know if they will buy that. If that will that cause enough doubt to find Diddy not guilty or to acquit Diddy? I don't think so. But hey, I thought Casey Anthony was going to be found guilty. Okay, let's go back and see what's happening with the updates. All right, so we left with the prosecutor asking, did you take ketamine? She said, yes, at Burning Man. We were partying on a tour bus. We had the blackout shades down. Mia, he had the drugs on plates. I tried to say no. Prosecutor, what happened? Puff wouldn't get it, or she meant let it. Puff wouldn't let it go. It turned a little more serious that I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake it. He got close to my face and humiliated me. Okay, now we're getting into forcing, okay? The prosecutor said, how? He separated out a dose and made me snort it. I did not want to fall into the K-hole. I'd seen a person. It looked like an exorcism. Prosecutor, did you want to take the ketamine? I did not feel I had a choice. Okay. Now we went from, we don't see any evidence that this man is forcing you to take these drugs to this. To this. Okay. We're still waiting to see if we get an update from inside. Okay. So we're still waiting. Someone said, but you just said I felt like I was now a friend hanging out and I could just enjoy myself. So which was it? Were you forced or were you trying to be the one, or were you trying to be one of the cool kids? Okay. Someone else said, "Oh, that's insane. Forcing drugs." Somebody said, "Did he having the drugs on plates like they were fresh hash browns is crazy work." That's funny. Someone else said, "Jaguar, right, Lord." Mention the plates, ding ding. Okay, okay. Someone else said, and there we go. Testimony of Diddler forcing or coercing someone to take drugs. Forced to use illegal drugs. Yeah. Yeah. This is wild. And it's also interesting that the defense team has not objected to anything here for a minute. That's different. Someone else said, nope, chick just said, I felt like I was now a friend hanging out and I could enjoy myself. Somebody else said, what a CEO. Someone else commented, it just keeps getting worse and worse for Diddy and his dumbass supporters. Okay, how you really feel? Someone else said, poor Mia, and I'm not going to disclose her name. I'm sorry, I just don't feel comfortable. Someone who's claiming they know who she is. Someone else said, just do it. And somebody like, it burns, it burns. Okay. Because you see, Diddy out here forcing people to snort cocaine, man. Let's see if we have an update. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. Mia said Puff wouldn't let it go. It turned a little more serious that I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake take it. So at this point, Diddy is trying to like, hey, you gotta, you gotta party. You gotta really party with us. You gotta partake in these drugs with us on this bus. She said he got close to my face and humiliated me. The prosecution said, how? He separated out a dose and made me snort it. I didn't want to fall into the K-hole. I had seen a person. It looked like an exorcism. Prosecutor, did you want to take the ketamine? I didn't feel I had a choice. Prosecutor, did he take drugs while working? Mia, he was always working. Once on the way to Chelsea Handler. Prosecutor, okay, I don't know why that got cut off. Prosecutor, how did Mr. Combs treat you? Sometimes like best friends and working partners. Sometimes like I was a worthless piece of crap. And somebody commented, that's the definition of abuse. Make them feel like they are on top of the world and then bring them back down. Yeah. That indeed is the case. All right, let's see if we have another update. At least the updates are coming pretty quickly right now. Okay, so we left off with Mia answering the prosecutor's question, how did Mr. Combs treat you? She said, sometimes like best friends and working partners, and sometimes like I was a worthless piece of crap. Prosecutor, how would he compliment you? My work, he'd give me life advice. Prosecutor, and to tell you you were worthless? Mia said long extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was threatened my job. Anything physical? The prosecutor asked. Mia said he would throw things at me. All right. We'll wait and see what update we get. I'm going to keep checking because they are coming in kind of quickly now, and I appreciate that. While we wait, let me just hop over to CNN and see what they have here. CNN sometimes adds a little bit more context. Okay, so Mia says it was often her job to clean up hotel rooms she had to set up for Combs and then girlfriend Cassie doing a sweep for anything potentially damaging to the music mogul's reputation. Mia testified under the that it was standard procedure to sweep the rooms to make sure there wasn't anything a housekeeper could take to TMZ. The rooms would be a nightmare, Mia testified, with baby oil, candle wax, and sometimes blood to clean up. Combs told Mia it was period blood. Okay. It was also Mia's job to take Combs and Cassie to the hotels and set up their rooms, she said. She'd unpack toiletries, including lotions, baby oil, and lubricant. Candles were also always on the list. They had to be white And if they were Glade, the label had to be ripped off, she said. Mia would then be on call in case Combs asked her to bring something else. Mia said she was often with Cassie before she had a hotel stay with Diddy, and she recalled one of those instances that stands out in her memory. Mia has been testifying about the times Combs and Ventura stayed in hotels that she stocked with baby oil, personal lubricant, and candles. Mia said they were in Ventura's car in Los Angeles when Ventura received a message. Quote, she got a message and was like upset, Mia testified, adding that Ventura told her Puff wants to have a hotel night. Ventura seemed visibly upset, Mia said. Quote, more like nervous, really nervous. She started getting stomach issues because of it, Mia testified. Boy. Oh boy. Okay, so let's see where we are now and if we have an update. Okay. Let's go back a little bit because I think I might have gotten ahead of myself here. All right, so we left off with the prosecutor saying, how did Mr. Combs treat you? Sometimes like best friend and working partner. Sometimes I was like a piece of crap. Okay, we've read that. Um, we also read this part where she said, the prosecutor said, how would he compliment you? She said, he'd give me life advice. Prosecutor said, and to tell you you were worthless? Mia said, long, extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was and threatened my job. Prosecutor said, anything physical. Mia said, he would throw things at me. Prosecutor, did he talk about jobs for you? Mia, yes. Before Revolt Films, he talked about other companies. I told him I wanted to create and develop TV shows, especially comedy. He said that's what he wanted to do too. Then he'd take away my credits. Hmm. Prosecutor, what did he throw at you? Mia said a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat. I probably shouldn't be laughing, but turkey meat. He threw turkey meat at you? Okay. The prosecutor said, what did he throw at you? Mia said, a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone. Prosecutor said, let's talk about the spaghetti. What did he tell you to do? Mia, to go get people, but I needed to change. Oh, but I needed to change my tampon. He yelled, yo, girl, I said, do it now. What? What? Someone in the comments said, was the money that good? I hope so, because these staffers completely gave up literally every last shred of self-respect for it by continuing to the work for Diddy, knowing how he was. Was the money that good? Was it? This shit is extreme now. So the person in the comments said, was the money that good? Now, this is just talking about even just the employees, the assistants, because we've heard from several of them now. Stories are lining up their work experience. The prosecutor is definitely going to use forced labor, these different stories from the assistants to prove forced labor. Forced labor is one of the predicate acts on a list of predicate acts. You only need two of them to prove that there's racketeering. Forced labor, I think they pretty much got that with these assistants. But back to what this commenter said. Was the money that good? Was it? Let's see if we have an update. Okay, so we left off with the prosecutor asking, what did he throw at you? She said a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone. Prosecutor, let's talk about the spaghetti. What did he tell you to do? To go get people, but I needed to change my tampon. He yelled, "Yo, girl." I said, "Do it now." Blood was dripping down my leg. I said, "I have to go change my tampon." What did Mr. Combs do? The prosecutor asked. He threw his bowl of spaghetti at me, then said, "Get the fuck out of my house." He chased me out. I was barefoot. I hid in a bush, then to a hotel. Now, y'all, now this is an employee. Now, this right here, as if the other stuff wasn't enough. How you go back to this job? How do you go back to this job? How? I'm going to leave room for Mia may have had some circumstances, you know, needed to support herself, maybe other people, I don't know, needed an income. Who doesn't need an income? But my, you threw a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone at me. I tell you, first of all, I can't imagine even having to tell your boss I need to change my tampon. I have to literally say those words out loud for you to understand that it's urgent, that I don't do what you want me to do right now. I need to kind of take care of this. And he yells, "Yo, girl." I said, "Do it now." And she says that blood was dripping down her leg. And she said, "I got to go change my tampon." And then he threw the bowl of spaghetti at her and then said, "Get the fuck out of my house." And he chased her out. And she was barefoot and hid in a bush. Wow. Prosecutor then asked, "What did HR tell you?" Mia said that I was going to be suspended without pay. That's what Puff wanted. Prosecutor, where were you when he threw a computer at you? In a trailer. Swiss Beats was there. The Wi-Fi was broken and I went to look into it. Okay, let me add Swiss Beats to the list of famous people who have been mentioned during this trial. I'm like, okay. Okay. Where we going? And what did HR tell you? Because see, the other instance where when she and Cassie went to the Prince party and Diddy wanted her and Cassie to stay in for the night because he was busy spending time with his family, meaning his kids, and maybe Kim at that time. And they went to a Prince party, and somehow Diddy found out about it, and he showed up at the Prince party. And when Mia and Cassie saw him, they took off running out of the party. And Diddy caught up with Cassie at the Prince party outside. Cassie ran out into the bushes. This running into the bushes too is becoming a thing. Cassie and Mia ran out into the bushes. Diddy caught up with Cassie, according to Mia's testimony. Started beating on her, but in this instance, Prince's security team swiftly intervened. And after that incident, she was suspended without pay for what Diddy called being insubordinate. This HR is a joke. It's a joke. That's why I said, I hope this person, Mia, whatever her real name is, I hope she does have some kind of civil suit if she hasn't already gotten the settlement. Because, girl, you need to get the money. This is crazy. Now you get suspended again without pay. Why? Because you said you needed to change your tampon after he threw spaghetti on you and a computer and a phone? What? And HR said you're suspended without pay. Because that's what Puff wants. That's what Puff wants. Yeah. Now this is a situation where I'm like, you better have a civil suit. You had better have a civil suit if you have not been paid already. Let's see what else we got. Okay. So we left off with the prosecutor said asking where were you when he threw a computer at you? And Mia said in a trailer. Swiss Beats was there, the Wi-Fi was broken, and I went to look into it. I came back and said they were working on it. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs do? I said I should talk to Bill Gates if I had to. Then he threw his computer at my head. Hard. It just missed me. I ran and hid behind the luggage van. Prosecutor, how did you feel? Mia, I wondered what did I do to make him like this to me? Prosecutor, did he hurt you? Mia said Turks and Caicos and at the revolt offices. Prosecutor, where were you at Turks? Mia said a hammock by my room. Puff dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Y'all, let me tell you something. There's got to be another way for me to get paid than this right here. This is crazy shit. Okay? What? So while we wait for the next update, let me check quickly and see what CNN is saying about some of this testimony we're hearing right now. All right. Mia testified that the first time she took drugs other than marijuana was with Combs at his Miami home. She said Combs gave her MDMA and told her she was now part of the Breakfast Club. She also described the incident at Burning Man where Combs had 3 plates with white powder, one with Molly, one with cocaine, and one with ketamine. People were taking turns going up and playing some guessing game, Mia said. Combs told Mia it was her turn. She tried to protest, but Combs became upset when she tried to fake taking the drugs and separated out the dose he wanted her to take. Mia says she snorted the drug, which turned out to be ketamine, and then tried to blow some of it out when she was out of view. She testified that she had never taken ketamine before. I didn't think I had a choice, she said. Okay. Mia also testified, has been on the stand. Okay, let me see. All right. No, we don't need to read that part. That is just an expert analyzing the testimony from Mia so far. Okay, last thing I'll read from the CNN update before I flip back over to where you all are on X. Mia testified, said that the music mogul will alternate between treating her like his best friend or working partner and then like a worthless piece of crap. Quote, he would humiliate me. He would curse at me. He would go on really long, extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was, threaten my job. Combs threw things at her, including a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a phone, and a computer. Combs knew she wanted to work on film and TV projects, which she did through his Revolt production companies. Mia said there were times he would take projects or her credits on them away from her or threaten to do so when he was angry. I am okay with Diddy going to prison for life. I was okay, quite frankly, with him getting whatever time he was going to get as a result of that video I saw with him and Cassie. But now, after following this case so closely, I'm okay with whatever happens with him. If he somehow redeems himself, if he somehow rehabilitates himself while he's in prison, then that's between him and the God that he serves. But for me, if I was on this jury, honey, you would go down. You would go down. You would go down. You would never walk the streets again. Mm-mm. All right, let's go back and see if we have any other update. Okay, we got a couple. All right, so we left off with the prosecutor saying, how did you feel?" Mia said, "I wondered what did I do to make him like this to me." Prosecutor said, "Did he hurt you?" Mia said, "Turks and Caicos and at the revolt offices." Prosecutor, "Where were you at Turks?" "Hammock by my room. Pup dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming." Mia said, "Then Puff took my phone. I didn't want him to see it. The team we'd message about his moves. I didn't want him to see it, so I jumped on his back. What did he do? He threw me back into the pool." And at Revolt TV, he was using my phone, and I didn't want him to see my messages, maybe because I called him an asshole. I tried to get the phone back. He ran into the bathroom, then slammed the door on my arm repeatedly. Prosecutor asked, "Were there any injuries?" And she said, "Yes, there were bruises." First of all, what makes this freak think that he could just take his employees' phones whenever he wants to? And he can go through the messages whenever he wants to. What makes him think that? And the girl's trying to get her phone from you. You run into the bathroom, just stupid. Just running into the bathroom with somebody's phone. Why you doing this, Puffy? Girl trying to get her phone back. You're slamming the door on her arm repeatedly. Repeatedly. This shit is traumatizing. It's traumatizing us just hearing it, not to mention if you were experiencing it. I mean, really. Somebody said we need to stop letting women have these jobs if they aren't tough enough to quit or smack their boss. You'd be much more comfortable raising kids. First of all, this is a bullshit comment, okay? Because there are also men assistants who were subjected to the same thing. I'm not even. Can I delete this from where I could see? I don't have to see it. Let's just mute him. That's such a BS comment. I cannot. Someone said, "If I'm the jury now, did be asking myself, so y'all worked for this man till he sacked y'all, and y'all still came back and contacted him like you miss him and all. And I know being told he did RICO, abused a woman for 11 years with a handful of incidents in that." Okay, I don't know. I don't know what that person said. Well, this monster is going to jail for life. Highly likely. Okay. Even if he gets the minimum on the federal convictions, he's racked up enough state charges in California and New York to keep him locked up for 2 lifetimes. And any money he has left will get drained by appeals and settlements. Let's see what else we got. Okay, what he do, threw you in the pool, so I jumped on his back. Okay, we've read that part. Okay, we read that part about. Okay, here we are. So we last left where she was talking about him slamming the door on her arm repeatedly, causing injuries and bruises. And the prosecutor said, "Did you see him later?" Mia said, "At the studio. He told me he sent all my compromising photos to him or to his excuse me, to his phone in case I had stuff on him. Kind of like a bullying joke." Prosecutor, "How did you take it?" "I had no photos, so I knew he was lying." Good for you, Mia. Good for you, girl. Good for you. Good for you. Diddy just assumes everybody has the same kind of shit in their phone that he got in his. So good for you. You lucked out on that one. Someone said, "This is so disturbing. Is this how we have to get music? If so, I'll pass. This is inhumane." Bullying joke. What a way to characterize something. Someone said, "This dude is king of blackmail." Okay. Someone else said, "She doesn't know. She was always being filmed. LOL. Seems to be a common thing with puff cameras everywhere. Right. Especially if this is my work phone that's provided by y'all. Yeah, no, shake my head. He's crazy as F. Yes, he is crazy as F. He is crazy as F. Okay. Let's see if we have another update. Uh, nope, we're waiting. So let me check quickly to see what's going on with CNN. All right. We have a long update. We don't need to read that one. Someone's CNN update says that Mia testified that on another occasion, Combs threw a computer at her head in his trailer on a music video set in Los Angeles. He was angry because the Wi-Fi didn't work. When she returned to the trailer to relay that a production assistant said they were working on it, he cut her off. He cut me off and started screaming at me that like I shouldn't come back here until I figured out the Wi-Fi myself. Something like, I don't care if you have to call Bill Gates, and then chuck the computer at my head. It just missed her, she said, recalling that she thought at the moment, wow, he meant to hit me. Yeah, girl, come on now. I'm going to need you to wake up. Yeah, he meant to hit you on top of all the other stuff you've already been subjected to. She ran out of the trailer and hid behind the luggage van. Mia said the incidents she testified about were only some of the times Combs would throw things at her. She said when he threw things at her, she would often wonder if there was, quote, something wrong with me that I would make him so upset. Now, just from reading what Mia is saying, I am automatically assuming that she was an easy mark for somebody like Diddy. Meaning, this sounds like a woman who has some challenges. Like, I don't know if she was subjected to some trauma in her childhood. I don't know if there's some other things she might just need to talk through with a therapist, for self-esteem, self-worth, and all of those things. Because she's now said a couple of times when Diddy would act up, like, I wonder what did I do to make him treat me like this? What did I do to make him? She said she's now said that like a couple of times. So I hope for Mia, whatever her real name is, I hope she has or is like in therapy or has gotten therapy or either is in therapy, because whatever's at the root that would make her go there when she's being treated so poorly, if she does not fix that, it won't only be Diddy who's doing this to her. Because that is wild. Your boss is throwing a computer at you because the Wi-Fi isn't working and telling you, I don't care if you got to call Bill Gates. You went out there, you said, I looked into it. Somebody on the production team is working on getting the Wi-Fi up. Oh, that's not sufficient. That's not sufficient response for Diddy. Diddy throws a computer barely missing your head. And he said to her, I don't care if you have to call Bill Gates. And her response to that was, I wonder what did I do to make him do that, girl? Girl, this is where therapy is important. Okay? First of all, Diddy's crazy as fuck. But this is where therapy is important. And she has said something like that now twice in her testimony about she wondered what did she do to make him act the way she did. So for that, I do have compassion for her because I'm assuming she's suffering from something probably traumatic before she maybe even got to Diddy that makes her a perfect mark for somebody like Diddy. Okay, so let's see if we have any update at this point. Let's see. Okay, we left off with the prosecutor saying, "How did you take it?" Now he's talking about when Diddy took her phone, ran into the bathroom. Who's this dumbass running into the bathroom? Ran into the bathroom, looking through her phone. She said, kind of like a bullying joke. That's interesting phrasing. And she was trying to get her phone in the process. He's just slamming the bathroom door on her arm over and over and over, and she got bruises and stuff. I mean, just crazy. So the prosecutor is saying, "How do you take it?" He told her. Now, after Diddy did all that, he told her, "I sent all your compromising photos to me. So in case you ever think you got something on me, don't think you got nothing on me, because now I got your incriminating photos." And Mia said she wasn't really worried about that because she didn't have any such photos, so she knew he was lying. Okay, good for you, Mia. Good for you, girl, because he would have used that shit. Okay. Prosecutor, what are these? So they're obviously showing Mia something. Mia said, "My emails with Tony and Shannon. I said, Puff took my iPhone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked what happened. I said, definitely an in person story." Prosecutor said, "Why?" Mia said, "I wouldn't put violence in writing. Protecting this abuser would not put violence in writing." The prosecutor asked, "Who was Matt?" She said, "Puff's engineer. At one point, we dated." Prosecutor, "I have more." Okay, let's see if we have any updates for then. Okay, judge called for a break. Probably let's see, it's almost 3 o'clock. So it's probably a 10-minute break because they're going until 4 o'clock today. So while we're doing that, I'm going to switch over to the CNN site and let's see if we can look at what an analyst is saying on CNN site. Hold on one second. Let me share my screen with y'all. This break could go by fast. Like I said, it's only 10 minutes, so they'll be back relatively quickly. But this testimony is just, and Mia is expected to be on the stand at least through the end of the day tomorrow. At least through the end of the day tomorrow. So we're going to hear a lot more from Mia. And keep in mind, Mia yet hasn't really gotten into the deep details of what she said when she first got on the stand today. And that was that she said Puff had sexually assaulted her multiple times, is what she said. And the prosecutor has basically said we're going to get back to that later. All right, so let's take a look at this while we're on break. Mia's testimony is helping build prosecution's case on the racketeering conspiracy charge, legal expert says. Okay, we know it's Mia. Okay, let's skip to that part. She's on the stand Thursday providing key testimony for the prosecution's case, specifically with regard to the racketeering conspiracy charge. And this is where we need to start really like paying attention to what is actually the criteria. What are the predicate acts, as the lawyers call them? There's a list of them. And Diddy only has to be found guilty of 2 of them in order to be found guilty of racketeering. So I think it's important for us to understand how this actually works. I did my homework last night to get a better understanding, like what is the prosecution doing? We spent so much time looking like they were just trying to prove domestic violence, which is a charge he doesn't have. But as this testimony has progressed, and we've seen the Kid Cudi testimony and Capricorn Clark and some of the assistants, I could kind of see different things, but I needed to educate myself on what are predicate acts? What does that mean? And what are they? Arson is on there, kidnapping is on there, some psychological manipulation stuff is on there, forced labor is on there. These assistants have talked about forced labor, all of them. All of them. Okay, so they only got to prove 2 things on that list of predicate acts, right? In order for him to be able to be convicted of racketeering. So let's just keep that in mind as we continue to move forward, because this is not just about DV. All right. Okay, so jump back into what this legal expert is saying, specifically with regard to the racketeering conspiracy charge. Former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney Ansari told CNN. The witness testifying under the pseudonym Mia has so far testified that Combs was violent with her, accused him of sexually assaulting her, and has detailed what she observed about the relationship between Combs and his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Mia's testimony is key to the prosecution because she's corroborating what past witnesses, including Ventura and celebrity stylist Deonte Nash, have so far said on the stand. Quote from this expert, that is key because it's taking the he said, she said out of the equation and supporting Cassie Ventura's testimony. Is giving the picture to the jury of an enterprise rather than just, say, an entertainment company that Diddy was running, where there is coercion, there's control. It's dysfunctional. And the jury, through the prosecution, the jury through the prosecution can connect the dots ultimately that this was not necessarily an atmosphere that was healthy, but it was rather a totality of the circumstances, the totality of the circumstances. Diddy was in control and it was toxic. Her testimony, not just about Ventura, but about her personal experience with Combs, fits into the racketeering conspiracy charge. This legal expert added that it's giving the jury an idea, a picture that Diddy was complicit and conspiring in the racketeering charges. And these went beyond just individual acts, but were a pattern of conduct. If the prosecution, and I can only imagine what they're going to say in their closing statement, but if any of it includes some of what this legal expert just said, Diddy's going away for life. I honestly think Diddy has two prayers right now. Okay. Now, let me not use prayers. It's hard to use the word prayer when you're talking about Satan. Let me say it this way. Diddy at this point has two outs that could get him back walking on the streets. One, he needs a rogue juror. He only needs one. He needs somebody on that jury who is of the opinion that no matter what y'all say to me, I'm not sending baller, shot caller Diddy to jail. He just needs one. I don't care what y'all saw. Y'all can play that videotape. We done seen some other freaky sneaky videos that only the jury was allowed to see. I see all that. But he only needs one juror to say, no matter what, I'm not sending Diddy to jail. At least that'll get him a hung jury, right? He may have to be retried, but at least that'll get him a hung jury. The only other out that I see Diddy having is that he will be pardoned by Donald Trump after he's convicted. That's all I see. I don't see acquittal as an out. I don't see that happening, y'all. None of these charges. They could not find him guilty on some of the charges. Diddy's no way in you know what is Diddy gonna be found not guilty on all charges. So again, his two outs. He needs one rogue juror to say, I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what y'all say. Can't stop, won't stop. Whatever y'all say, I'm not willing to send Diddy to prison. And then he'll get a hung jury. His only other out to me is after he's convicted that he'll get a pardon from Donald Trump. And I think that is very likely. I heard one of the reporters on Law and Crime today when somebody said that, say, "Oh, well, no, that won't happen. That won't happen. I don't, what he's been accused of." Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We are talking about Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump would get great joy out of giving a pardon to Diddy for all the reasons you can think of. I don't have to say it. I don't even want to make it political. Not to mention the person he's accused of hurting the most. She is also in a group that he doesn't really think highly of. So of course, Donald Trump would get a kick out of pardoning Diddy just to flex, and also probably get more black men to rally around Donald Trump and say, that's why we like you, man. Now, let me be clear. I still don't think that's the majority of brothers. I know it's not. But there are those. There are those that if Donald Trump pardons Diddy after he's convicted, there are those black men who would be like, Donald Trump is my ninja. That's it. That's it. All right, so let's see. CNN has one other update. Let's see what that is about. Okay, they're just talking about the short break that they're on. Assistant prosecutor said she won't finish the direct examination. Emil, one former. Okay, so she'll finish Friday morning. Okay, cool. All right, so when they come back, it will be the prosecution still asking the questions. Keep in mind, Mia has been on the stand for a while. But the defense has not had their chance at cross-examining her yet. And that cross-examination will be done by Brian Steele. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, this what we've heard so far in this testimony is horrendous. Let me see if we have a new update. All right, they're just talking about some of the testimony that we just reviewed. And they're 9 minutes into what is their 10-minute break. So let's see. I'll see if there's anything in here that's worth repeating. Text. Okay, it says scared boss with text. Okay, we've heard all of that. When she saw Combs later that day, he told her, "I wouldn't want someone going through my phone if I had what you had in there either." And claimed, "I sent all of your compromising or inappropriate photos to my phone so that I got something on you, just in case you got something on me." Mia testified, adding that she was relieved to know she did not actually have anything compromising on the device. The jury saw emails Mia sent to other staff members after the incident where she asked for someone to pick her up because she was stranded without her phone. When asked what happened, Mia said in the emails it was an in-person story. She testified in court today that the comment was a reference to never putting stories involving violence into an email. Now, I want to know, is that a rule? Is that something that KK, her, Diddy's ex-chief of staff, his I'm gonna get that lady's name one day. But the lady who was the assistant to Epstein who's in prison right now. This is what that lady was to Epstein is what KK was to Diddy. So was that a rule that the chief of staff said? If there's any kind of sensitive or, anything violent that's happened, do not put it in text messages, do not put it in emails, because we don't need that documentation. Was that a rule? And if it were a rule, that is just more evidence. That is just more evidence that fits some of these predicate acts that have to be proven in order for him to be found guilty of racketeering. Yep, he is he's toast. He's toast. All right. Okay, so it's 12 minutes, so they should be back. Let me see if they're back, if we're getting any updates on X right now. This is just, and they're going to 4 o'clock today where they normally end at 3:30. Okay, let's see. They're on the break and no, we're still waiting. So yeah, if you're on the live, please thumbs up the live. Please feel free to drop a comment. Um, and if you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing. I appreciate the support. I am new to streaming, so I'm trying to build y'all. I'm paying dues right now, clearly. But I'm going to keep at it. I'm going to keep at it. So let's see if we have any other update. Not yet. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Okay, so we're still just waiting for them to come back and testify. All right, so yeah, so today, I think after today, of course, tomorrow we're going to pick back up with Mia. Mia is expected to be on the stand through the end of the day. Monday, I don't have any idea right now who they plan on bringing to the stand. They mentioned some folks who we thought we would see this week, but I guess with how long the testimony is running with the assistant before Mia and now Mia, I guess it ran a little longer. Mia is a pseudonym. The public or the real name of Mia has not been released to the public. Now, from what I heard earlier, the jury knows, of course, and the jury can literally see Mia, but the jury knows because they were shown like a passport document or something that with her picture and her real name, but it has not been released to the public. The prosecution before the court started today wanted the overflow room for the court to only get the audio when she was on the stand because they didn't want them to see her. And the judge ruled against that. And he said, because if we had enough space, the people who are in the overflow room would actually be in the courtroom. So therefore they can get the video. So with that being the case, I'm thinking today, if it's not already out on us, the media outlet somewhere, we're going to know who Mia is. There's no way all these people see Mia and it not get out who she is. So somebody's going to leak who she is. That kind of sucks for her though, because she was trying to not be, I guess, out in the public as much, but it's no way we're not going to know who she is. All right, so let me just check again and see if they are back yet. So we can get started. No, we're still waiting. And I'm going to flip over so I can share the Twitter feed with you all. But yeah, we are still anxiously waiting for them to come on back. I think the questioning right today by the prosecutors is going really good. I mean, it's not disjointed. That has been a struggle listening or reading what we're getting from these lawyers throughout the day. More so with the defense, though, quite frankly. The defense has been more disjointed than the prosecution. So it's just good to see that there's a real good flow going right now, even though we can't help but take these breaks and there'll be those pauses, but at least there's a good flow to the feedback we're getting. So hopefully they should be back here any second now, and we'll kind of just pick up where we left off. But that tampon story, y'all, that tampon story, and also that story about having to clean up the hotel room. And when you clean up the hotel room, she was describing what all was there. Like the oil was on walls, lotions, candle wax on stuff, and blood. And then she said Diddy told her it was period blood. Oh, God. You know, Cassie had already testified that he would um make her, these are her words, that he would make her have freak offs when she was on her cycle. So to hear this person testify today that when she would go clean up the room, there would be oil everywhere, oil on the walls everywhere, candle wax everywhere on the carpet, and that there would also sometimes be blood. And then for Diddy to tell you, she asked Diddy what was the blood, and he said, period blood. Ah, that was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. And can you imagine that is your job? And he wasn't even paying these assistants a lot. He was not. He was not. He was paying a lot of them. First of all, they weren't. I think what was it? Her that said her salary started out at maybe 50 grand. Maybe 50 grand. Whatever he was paying her, he wasn't paying her enough. Okay, he wasn't paying her enough. And then the thing where he acts like they're supposed to be on the clock like 24/7. And if he wakes up in the middle of the night and he can't reach you, then he's saying security to track you down. Whether they're tracking you down by calling you, emailing you, texting you, or driving over, they're tracking you down like Diddy wants you. What? Could you imagine? Could you imagine? I mean, this lady said she told him she needed to change her tampon. He told her, I want you to do what I told you to do right now. Mia says blood was starting to trickle down her leg. And she was like, I got to change my tampon. He gets upset and he throws spaghetti, a bowl of spaghetti at her. I am curious to see how the defense will try to put a bow on this. Now, they have brought up that Diddy has addiction issues. They've also brought up that, he's not proud of it. He has anger issues. Yeah, you think? You think? It's also been mentioned that there might be a bipolar situation going on here. So I do think the defense is going, because and they also said, that videotape we all saw at the Intercontinental Hotel, they've also suggested that Diddy was coming down off of drugs then. He was experiencing some withdrawal. So, just keep in mind, this is not the man you all have loved for decades. This is drugs doing this to this man. He's not like this. Is bipolar doing this to him. He's not like this. He's a good man. He is not worth being put in. He is worth more than a life sentence in jail. Don't y'all do that to him. He got shit going on. Good luck trying to sell that. Because like I said earlier, in the words of Kendrick, it ain't enough. It ain't enough. It ain't enough. You are not going to be saved by some alleged bipolar disorder. You are not going to be saved by saying, well, if it were not for his drug addiction, he wouldn't have done any of this stuff these people talking about. You are not going to be saved by that, trying to say, I take accountability for what you all saw in the video, but I do need y'all to understand that I was coming down off some drugs at the time. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough. Okay? It's just not. So let me go back and check and see if we're getting any updates from inside the court. Okay, according to CNN, the court is back from break. Mia is back on the stand and the jury is now entering the courtroom. So we should be getting some updates here shortly. All right. Let me switch you all back over to the Twitter feed so you can read along with me if you like, or you can just sit back and listen and talk to me. Say something to me. Say hi. Say hey, Sandy, something. Give me something, y'all. All right, hold on just a second. I'm pulling this up now. All right. Because they are back. Let's scroll up to where we are on that. Just 1 second. Okay. All right. So they're back. Prosecutor. The sexual assaults. Okay. They're jumping right into it after the break. The sexual assaults. When did they occur? When I was working for Puff. Where was the first time? The Plaza Hotel in New York for Puff's 40th birthday. Were you his personal assistant? Yes, I'd been there only a few months. What rooms did Mr. Combs rent out? The penthouse, party guests, and celebrities there. What did Mr. Combs do? He asked to speak to me in the kitchen. Prosecutor, what did he do? He had everyone else clear the room. Prosecutor, what did he say? That we're going to be working closer together. He poured us 2 shots of vodka, each for his birthday. Prosecutor, what did you do with the shot? Mia said, I took them. They hit me hard. Usually I could take it easily. My eyes couldn't focus. His face was close. He put his arm up the side of my dress and he kissed me. Oh, so she's also suggesting from how she reacted to this shot that she perhaps was drugged. Prosecutor, did you want him to? No. Were you able to say no? I was shocked. I froze. I did not process what was happening. Somebody in the comments said he drugged her, so sad. Somebody else said, I'm a hush. Somebody else said, legal note. Cassie testified that Combs sexually assaulted her. Mia's account strengthens Cassie's testimony. Government RICO indictment lists sexual violence as part of Combs' enterprise. Okay. Let's see if we have any other update. Okay, we're still waiting for an update at this point. That is so just sad. Let me see if we have an update on CNN. Mia testified that Combs sexually assaulted her multiple times while she worked for him. She said Cassie was not present when the assaults occurred and she did not tell her about them. Okay, because I was curious about whether or not she told her. Excuse me. Her voice dropped to nearly a whisper when she confirmed that Combs sexually assaulted her and said it happened sporadically throughout her employment with him. Wow. Okay. Let's see if we have an update on what was just said. Okay. So we're still waiting for an update on the X thread. But again, Mia said her eyes, after she took the shots that Diddy gave her, and she said normally she could take the shots just fine. But she said when she took the shot, her eyes could not focus. She said his face was close and he put his arm up the side of her dress and he kissed her. The prosecutor said, did you want him to? And she said, no. She said, I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening. Someone said, he is so sick. I wonder how Cassie felt about this. I'm just disgusted. Someone else said, so all Diddy defenders, tell me, is it RICO if you drug and rape your employees? Someone else said he and Bill Cosby used similar strategies. Someone else said, and there you have Diddy raping Mia. He's cooked. Yeah. 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 Just looking at what's here on the social media side of it. But yeah. All right. Let's see if we have another update at this point. Okay, we do. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor asking, were you able to say no? And Mia said, I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening. Mia, next thing I knew, it was morning and I was in a chair in the penthouse. Mm. Prosecutor, how had you looked at him? Mia, like an older adult. He was the boss or the king. Prosecutor, what were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. A huge accident. Wow. So we're still waiting, but yeah. So she's now testifying about the sexual assault to her. Uh, and I believe, excuse me, how the reporters during the lunch break even described like her demeanor, how she's coming across on the stand. It sounds like she is going to be a very believable witness too for the jury. We don't have the advantage of like seeing what's actually happening or hearing tone and voice and all that. But even just reading this, I know how it's resonating just reading what's happening in the court, not even being in the court. So I'm imagining that her testimony is definitely having an impact. So let's see if we have any other update. Okay, yes, we do. So we left off with Mia saying, next thing I knew, it was morning and I was in a chair in the penthouse. Prosecutor, how had you looked at him? Like an older adult. He was the boss or the king. Prosecutor, what were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. A huge accident. Prosecutor, were there other times he made you feel uncomfortable sexually? Yes, I had to carry bags to his room. Downstairs was Uncle Polly. Prosecutor, what did he say to you? The defense objects. The judge says, on what grounds? The defense says hearsay. Prosecutor says for the effect, and the judge overruled the objection. Oh boy, 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 boy. Let me tell you while we wait for the thread to be updated, what I am literally feeling in this moment. What I am literally feeling in this moment is that I want this trial to be over. I want it to be over. To think that we have 5 more weeks, 5 more weeks of this trial is almost unthinkable. It's almost unthinkable. I just want this to be over. I feel bad for the jury because again, it feels so heavy to me that I just can't even imagine the weight that some of those jurors must feel. So let's see if we have an update. Nope, we're still waiting, and there's no update on the CNN side. And when she went downstairs, she said she had to carry bags to his room. Downstairs was Uncle Polly. I am hoping that she is not about to give testimony about having to do something with Uncle Polly as well. I hope that is not where this testimony is about to go. And it is interesting because she said, she and Cassie were friends, but she never told Cassie about this. I wonder when Cassie hears about this, I wonder what did she think? I'm just curious as to what did she think when she heard this? I don't know. I don't know, because so much of the testimony, even about the friendship sometimes between Cassie and some of these people who were assistants who, who will stand and say, hey, yeah, Diddy did all of these horrible things, but I still had mad love and respect for him from a professional perspective. I still wanted to work with him. It just felt like I love him. I don't hate him. It's like, man, that fame and money does something to people. Cause you can't beat nobody down around me and throw plates at my head. Fight me like he fought Deonte, or at least threw him down, body slammed him. Okay. You can't do all that to me. And I'm gonna be like, well, he's not all bad. What? Mm. So let's check and see if we have an update at this point. Okay, we do. All right, so we left off with defense objecting to the prosecutor asking, "What did he say to you?" The judge overruled the objection. So Mia said, "I brought the bags. He asked me to pull up something on his computer. He came and sat next to me, leaned over me as if to put his face in the computer, like in an uncomfortable way." Prosecutor, how did you feel? I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. So is she describing what Uncle Polly did? Is this Uncle Polly doing this? Such a weird man, what a creeper. How do you honestly think she left? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure right there who she's talking about. Um I, I don't know if she's talking about Uncle Polly or if she's talking about Diddy. I'm not sure who she's talking about right there. Okay. Let's go back. So the prosecutor asked, how did you feel? She said, I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. The prosecutor said, where were you the next time Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was a weight of a person on me. Who? Puff. Wow. Not allowed to lock the door. Isn't that like a predator? You can't lock your door so he could come in your bedroom in the middle of the night and just do whatever he wants to do. Wow. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Where were you the next time Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was the weight of a person on me. The prosecutor said, who? She said, Puff. Okay, we're waiting for an update at this point. Yeah. I definitely will be paying attention this afternoon to what people are saying. Like what's the commentary? Like as this evidence rolls in and as we hear these different uh testimonies from different people, I am very curious to see what people are saying about it. Okay. Will people say with this person, Mia, oh, she's just trying to get a money grab? I don't, that's just not the vibe I'm getting. That's just not the vibe I'm getting at all. At all. Especially since especially since Mia and Deonte can even corroborate each other's story around the incident that happened when they both tried to stop Diddy physically from beating up Cassie, and he handled them easily like nothing, threw them off of him, and went back to beating Cassie. So I believe her. I've read nothing so far in her testimony that would make me say, I don't know. Something sounds a little off. I haven't gotten that vibe at all. So let me see if we have an update. Okay, we do. So again, the prosecutor said, "Where were you the next time Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you?" She said, "The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was the weight of a person on me." "Who?" She said, "Puff. It was so fast. He used one hand to get his pants undone. He put himself inside of me." "You mean his penis inside of you?" Mia said, "I just froze." Prosecutor, "How did you feel?" Mia, "Terrified and confused and ashamed and scared." Prosecutor, "How long?" Mia said, "Very quick." Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I would just so wish they could call this trial right now. Just call it. Just call it right now. All right. So we're waiting on an update. Let me see if we have anything. Okay, here it is. There's an update. So again, Mia said it was so fast. He used one hand to get his pants undone. He put himself inside of me. "You mean his penis inside of you?" the prosecutor asked. Mia said, "I just froze." "How did you feel?" "Terrified and confused and ashamed and scared." Prosecutor said, "How long?" Mia said, "It was very quick, but it felt like forever, but he wouldn't leave a job unfinished." Prosecutor, "Is that when it would end?" Mia said, "Yes." Prosecutor said, "The next time?" Mia said, "At the Beverly Crest house. I was on his bedroom closet floor putting things in a bag. Then Puff was in the closet." Okay, so we'll see what happens next. Um, I would be willing to bet that the defense might have some kind of messages or something from Mia to make it seem consensual. And we'll see. But I think that is probably, I don't know. If the defense has that card to play, let's just put it that way. If the defense has that card to play, they most definitely will play that card. That's for sure. Okay, so just looking at the CNN update while we wait for the X thread to update. The former assistant to Diddy told the court that the first time Combs sexually assaulted her, they were at a hotel in New York for his 40th birthday. The woman who is testifying under the pseudonym Mia had been working for Combs for a few months. He asked to speak with her, and the two of them went into the kitchen where he told her she was doing a good job and did not need to be nervous about coming to him with questions. He then offered her 2 shots. The former assistant says she remembers wondering if she'd eaten enough beforehand because the shots, quote, "hit me kind of hard." She was shocked when Combs then leaned in to kiss her against the wall. Quote, "I was shocked that I froze. I couldn't even process what was happening." The next thing Mia remembers clearly is sitting in a chair in the main room in the penthouse as the sun came up. She testified. She said she thought it would never happen again, that her boss had just been drunk and that it was probably a huge accident. Mia planned not to tell anyone, she testified. Wow. Okay. Mia testified that the next time Diddy made her feel uncomfortable sexually following the incident on his 40th birthday was a time at his New York apartment. She said she didn't remember the exact date, but said she was still relatively new at her job. Mia said she was bringing Combs's bags to his apartment, and his security said something along the lines of, I've seen this before. When she got inside, Mia said Combs asked her to look up something on the computer and then he sat next to her. Mia said Combs leaned over her and got very close. She said her internal alarm bells went off. I felt really uncomfortable, but I did not know how to behave. Mia said she asked to go to the bathroom, and when she came out, she left the apartment. Okay. Oh, let's see. We should have an update by now. Okay. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor saying the next time that she was sexually assaulted, she said the Beverly Crest house. I was on his bedroom closet floor putting things in the bag. Okay, that's what we just read from CNN. Mia said he had his I was in his bathroom closet floor putting things in a bag. Then Puff was in the closet. He had his penis out and he grabbed my head. Okay, and they said she's crying and put it in. Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Combs took his penis out and put it in your mouth. She said, yes, I was frozen. I didn't do anything. I just cried. And then she cried. Prosecutor, how did you feel? Like trash, scared, and ashamed. Wow. This testimony really makes me think about my child who's young. She's a teenager, in college, young. And I am just hoping that we have equipped that young woman with the tools, the strength, and the faith that if you were to find yourself in some situation like this, that hopefully you would not feel as if you must comply. Because I honestly think in this situation, if everything happened the way Mia is talking right now, you must feel like there are not any better options for you in the moment, that you got to do this in order for you not to perhaps even throw away an opportunity. You know, you're working for this big star. If this goes well, maybe, it'll flip into the things you want to do, like in TV and movies, and you don't want to mess it up. But it's getting weird out here right now. But you don't want to mess that up. And so you combine that with a person who, based off of her testimony, probably has some trauma in her background that would make her say every time he would do something like, what did I do to make him do that? What is it about me that makes him do that? She said that more than once. I am just very prayerful that we have raised a daughter who can walk away from a situation like this, even if it meant there might be a little bit of struggle for you to get back on your feet. Even if it meant I thought I was close to achieving my dream through the opportunities I had earned and through my connection with this high profile person. But I got to start over from scratch, because if you think the way I'm going to have access and be able to do the things I want to do is I got to do this right here, you come in the closet, whip out your whatever, and I'm just supposed to just be like a receiver. And she's saying, I felt ashamed. I felt like trash. These are her words. So I just think that that is a tremendously dark and lonely place. If a woman finds herself in that spot and she feels like when she considers all the things, she doesn't feel as if there's a choice or there's a way that she can do anything different. Right? That's a lot to process. So let's just see if we have another update. Okay, so we do. So we left with the prosecutor saying Mr. Combs took his penis out and put it in your mouth. She said, yes, I was frozen. I didn't do anything. I just, and then their sobs. Prosecutor, how did you feel? Mia, like trash, scared, and ashamed. Prosecutor, how long did it last? It was very, very fast. Prosecutor, were there other sexual assaults? Yes, I have a dark feeling. One time we were flying on a private jet, everyone was asleep. By the bathroom, there was a bed. I went by and he was standing right there. I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. It did not work. Prosecutor, how did you feel? Helpless. I had lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe, terrified. Prosecutor, do you remember what happened? And Mia said no. Someone commented, this is horrendous. I can't even breathe. This is heartbreaking. It is. I mean, that's how I feel. Even just reading this part of what's going on, I feel the weight of it. I feel the weight of it. So this is just a lot to process. And this is yet another day of court where I find myself at the end of it, or we're getting close to the end of it, that I am happy that this day is almost over. It's 3:36 and they're gonna wrap up, I think, at 4 o'clock. So I'm hoping that the prosecution even wraps uh soon. Okay, so let's see if we have an update. Okay, yes, we do. All right, so we left off with the prosecutor saying, how did you feel? She said, helpless. I lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe, terrified. Do you remember what happened? No. Was Cassie ever there? She said, no. Did you ever want these sexual acts with Mr. Combs? She said, no. Did you ever tell him no? She said, I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought he was, then he would know what I thought. I'm sorry. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. The defense is going to try to use that. The prosecutor said when he was, she's now said he sexually assaulted her multiple times. She has described where it happened. She's given a specific location where it happened. She has even talked about him taking out his penis and making her give him a blowjob. She's testified to all of that. When the prosecutor says, did you ever tell him no? And she says, I could not tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. The defense is going to try to work that. The defense is going to, a lot of people will say, wait a minute. Out of all the stuff you just told us about him essaying you, you never told him no? People are going to try to use that. All right, let's see if we have an update since then. Mia, I don't want to lose everything I'd worked so hard for. This was the only world I had anymore. Prosecutor, what would happen to your job? I would never work in that industry again. Prosecutor, and physically, that I'd be attacked. I don't want to die. Well, there is other testimony from Capricorn Clark where she says she was blackballed. She was blackballed for years. She said she could not get a job in the industry. When things went left with her and Diddy, she said she could not get a job. So that being blackballed is a real thing. But the things these people have had to do, I just don't know if it was worth it. It wasn't worth it, in my opinion. Okay, let me check and see what CNN is saying at this point because we do have another update on that side. Okay, so Mia is now testifying about an occasion in 2009 or 2010 when Diddy raped her. The former assistant said she was asleep in Combs' Los Angeles home when Combs climbed on top of her. She said she was sleeping with the door unlocked because she wasn't allowed to lock it. Mia testified that she was woken up by, quote, the weight of a person on top of me. It was Combs, she said. Mia said Combs told her to be quiet and used one hand to get his pants off. After a pause, Mia said he put himself inside of me. I just froze. I did not react, she said. When asked how she felt, Mia said she was, quote, terrified and confused and ashamed and scared. It was very quick, but it felt like forever. Mia went on to recount another time she said Combs sexually assaulted her at his home in Los Angeles. She said she was on the floor in his closet, packing a bag when he assaulted her. Quote, I felt like trash, she said, adding that she felt scared and ashamed and like an idiot. Okay. I'm gonna flip back to the side. You all are on and see if we have another update here. Okay. Trap bear. Okay, yes, we do. All right, so we left off with Mia saying I didn't want to lose everything I'd worked so hard for. This was the only world I had anymore. Prosecutor, what would happen to your job? I would never work again in that industry. I would never work in that industry again. Prosecutor, and physically, that I'd be attacked. I don't want to die. Mia went on to say he had threatened that he would tell Cass that I had something to do with it. Prosecutor, how did you feel? Desperate and trapped, worst, scary situation. I would have done anything. It was my fault. Prosecutor, did you tell anyone? No, I was going to die with this. Wow. So she said she didn't tell anybody. She was willing to die with it. Um, the prosecutor, I think, even before this witness took the stand, talked about, or before, maybe even before any witnesses took the stand, in discussion of this witness who is testifying under a pseudonym. I remember the prosecutor saying that they had a witness who it was her plan to take all of the information that she has. It was her plan to take that information to her grave, and that she did not want to testify. And that's why it was so important for them to protect her identity. So Mia is saying a lot of things on the stand today. Um, and let's see if we have another update. I know they've got to be close to wrapping up for the day. So go back up. We do have an update where we'll start here where Mia me. He threatened that he would tell Cass that I had something to do with it. How did you feel? Prosecutor asked. She said, desperate and trapped, worst scary situation. I would have done anything. It was my fault. Prosecutor, did you tell anyone? No, I was going to die with this. I would be humiliated, never work again. Prosecutor, and who would do these things? Mia, Puff, and all his people. This was way before social media and the Me Too movement. There was this confidentiality. Did others speak up? Maya said Kyla Faulkner. Okay, who is Kyle Faulkner? First time hearing that name. So who is Kyle Faulkner? Let's see what CNN is saying. Uh Okay. Mia testified that she never initiated sexual contact with Combs or told him she wanted to have sex with him. She said the sexual assaults were always sporadic and did not follow a pattern, but that happened when Combs didn't have a girlfriend around. She said their dynamic was that there were never any boundaries. She said their dynamic was that there were never any boundaries. Hmm. Quote, it wasn't weird for me to be in his room at all hours of the night or waking him up or talking to him while he was on the toilet. Mia testified she always thought there wouldn't be a quote unquote next time because they were so random and spaced out. I always thought that the next time I would, if there were ever a next time, I would somehow be more prepared, she said. Mia said after her sexual assaults, she would keep it moving. There wasn't time to stop and think and reflect or anything. Just keep it moving like it never happened, she testified. All right. I see a couple of things, a couple of angles I think the defense is going to take with her. One, the part where she said she never said no. She never told him no because, she wasn't able to tell him no about getting him a sandwich. So I guess she's saying, how could I tell him no to this? The defense is gonna take an angle with that. And then when she says their dynamic was that there were never any boundaries, their dynamic. What do you mean? Their dynamic. How do you have a dynamic with somebody who is essaying you? Um, there's no boundaries for him if he's essaying you because he's violating. So I'm not sure what does that mean. She said their dynamic was that there were never any boundaries. So that's also an angle for the defense. But outside of those two hiccups, I thought her testimony was very compelling. So let's see if we have an update. I still don't know who Kyla Faulkner is. Okay. So to go back up, Mia said, I would be humiliated and never work again. Prosecutor said, and who would do these things? Mia said, Puff and all his people. This was way before social media and the Me Too movement. There was this confidentiality. Prosecutor, did others speak up? Miss Kyla Faulkner, not sure of her spelling. Maybe that's just a person who just spoke up, I guess. Prosecutor, how did you hear? I heard there was an urgent call among film people. Prosecutor, what did you hear? Lay some context, the judge said. Who was on the call? The prosecutor asked. HR, C suite executives. What were you told? Mia, if she sued, I'd have to testify. Okay, there's a lot missing in that context, but I know CNN is going to recap that for us better. So we'll wait and see what they say. But I still don't know who is this person they talking about? Faulkner? Who is that? They mentioned her name, but then they just kept on. Here's Kyla Faulkner. Who is Kyla Faulkner? They brought her up, but they didn't tell us who she was. Kyla Faulkner. Who is Kyla Faulkner? We don't know who is Kyla Faulkner. Okay, there's an update on CNN. Let's see what they're saying. Maybe they will tell us who is Kyla Faulkner. Mia says she never wanted to engage in sexual acts with Diddy. Prosecutor asked Mia if she ever told Combs no during the sexual assaults that she described. No, I only tried to squiggle out of them if I could, Mia testified. The prosecutor asked why she didn't tell Combs no. I could not tell him no, like about a sandwich. I couldn't tell him no about anything. There's no way I could tell him no, Mia said. Mia said she was afraid that she would become a target. He would find me and ruin my future and somehow twist the story into making me look like a threat, she testifies. Okay. I still think the defense sees an angle there, and I guarantee you, when Brian Steele crosses her, he's gonna really lean into that. You never said no. And if they got any kind of email, any kind of messages between her and Diddy to make it seem like she was into it, that is the angle that the defense is going to take. Okay, because that is a problem right there. Where she says she never told him no. Let's see if we can quickly Google and see who is Kyla Faulkner. So I'm entering that now. Maybe she's nobody, but I hate when they do stuff like that. They'll bring up somebody and then just move on, and we're like, okay, well, who is that person? Does she matter? What is the deal? Okay, Kyla Faulkner. Um, I don't see anything that's jumping out at me about somebody named Kylie Faulkner. Who is she talking about? Try one more thing to see if I can see. An Atlanta, Georgia based hairstylist. Okay, but did she have anything to do with Diddy? Okay, I can't. I don't even feel like looking through all that. All right, let's check and see if we have another update because I know they're about to shut down for the day. Okay, let's pick back up where we left off. Okay. We were here and we're trying to figure out what are they talking about, who was on the call, HR, C-suite executives. What were you told? If she sued, I'd have to testify. Mia, I was supposed to say she was drinking and punched me, and that's why she was fired. Who? Maybe they're talking about Kyla Faulkner. Was that why? Mia said no. It was because she complained. Prosecutor, when else were you told you'd have to testify? Mia said, after Capricorn Clark. Prosecutor, did you have to testify? Mia said, no. Why didn't you go to the police about Mr. Combs sexually harassing you? I didn't even consider it. Prosecutor, did you have experience with the police? Yes, I was speeding. I hadn't had time to get my license renewed. Okay. Okay. I think that's all we have there. All right. So she said she didn't even because it was pleading. Okay. Let's see if we got anything else on any other update following that. Okay. So again, why didn't you go to the police about Mr. Combs sexually harassing you? She said, I didn't even consider it. Prosecutor, did you have experience with the police? Yes. I was speeding. I had not had time to get my license renewed. It was the only time I name dropped. I told her who I worked for, and she said, get him on the phone. I did, and she laughed. Oh, Puff Daddy, I love you. Did you get a ticket? Mia said no. Okay. So someone said he had everyone in his pocket. Now I don't know if that last thing Mia just said is evidence for he had everyone in his pocket, even though I do believe he had everyone in his pocket. If you work for somebody famous and you said, hey, I'm sorry, I was speeding, I was in a rush, I worked for Beyonce. And they're like, okay, if you work for Beyonce, get on the phone. And you were actually able to get Beyonce on the phone, you probably would not get a ticket. You probably, especially depending on who pulled you over. Okay. You probably would not get a ticket. All right. Let's see if we are going to get any more updates. What is it on the East Coast? On the East Coast, it is 3:52 p.m. So they have got to be coming closer to an end today. Okay. So all right, we do have one other update. The prosecutor said, why didn't you tell us first about the sexual assaults? Why didn't you tell us at first about the sexual assaults? Mia said, it's the most shameful thing of my life. Prosecutor, Did you get a lawyer for this testimony? Yes. Did you speak about these sexual assaults before or after you got this lawyer? After. Did you speak about these sexual assaults before or after you got the lawyer? She said after. Okay. Okay. Let's see. That might be where we're okay, we're still waiting. They're gonna be coming up on that's it for today because it is almost 4 o'clock. So I don't know how much longer the prosecution has with this witness, but uh, maybe the defense doesn't have too many questions for her because if they go anywhere near the pace that the prosecution went today, Mia might still be on the stand on Monday because it's taking a long time with the prosecution. So let's see if we have an update at all. Okay, did you speak about these sexual assaults before or after you got the lawyer? She said after. Prosecutor, do you want to be talking about these sexual assaults? She said no, it's traumatizing. Prosecutor said, why are you here today? Um, the judge said that you've already asked that, and the prosecutor said we could break here. Okay, so the judge has dismissed the jury. He said we will see y'all tomorrow. Um, and I am just trying to think about what were the big things that come out of today's testimony. Let me read the last recap here from CNN. Mia testified that another assistant had previously told Combs' chief of staff that she thought Combs had hit Cassie Ventura. Mia said that she was told there was an urgent phone call with high-level employees to discuss how to handle the assistant. Check that out. How to handle the assistant, not how to handle Diddy. After the phone call, that assistant was fired, Mia said. Mia said Combs later told her that assistant had filed a lawsuit and Mia may need to take the stand to testify against her regarding an incident where that assistant had punched her. Mia said she didn't end up testifying. Combs also told her that she would have to testify when Capricorn Clark was fired. He said that if there was a lawsuit, I would have to get up on that stand and defend him and say, you know what he wanted me. Okay, you know what he wanted me to say. Okay, got it. So he said that if there was an assault, I would have to get up on that stand and defend him and say, you know what he wanted me to say. All right, so this is how we're going out with Mia today. It's at the end of the day for the court. The jurors have been dismissed. Let me check quickly here before I wrap up. Do you want to be talking about these sexual assaults? She said, no, it's traumatizing. Okay, we've already read that. And she said that they could break for tomorrow. Today was a lot. Today was a lot. Today was super, super heavy. Super, super, super heavy. We will be back tomorrow streaming live. Mia will be back on the stand in the morning and we'll see where we go. I'm assuming the defense will definitely have their turn to cross-examine this witness tomorrow. But as for today, it is a wrap. I thought Mia was a very strong witness. Couple of things where I could see there could be an angle that the defense would take based off of some things she said, like her never telling Diddy no. With as regards to like his sexual advances, I could see the defense leaning into that for sure. And so there was that, and then some of her other phrasing. I don't know. Just I could see the defense trying to make something out of what she said there. But yeah, I think it was a good testimony. She corroborated a lot of the things that Deonte had already said. A lot of the things she also said was very similar to things we've heard from other assistants, as far as like how long they worked, how much they were getting paid, what some of the expectations were. So yeah. So We will pick this back up tomorrow, and we'll see where we go from there with Mia. And yeah. And let me just end by saying Diddy is going to prison. Okay. So if anybody's hearing my voice and listening to this trial and you feel some kind of way, it is important that you now process your feelings because Diddy is going to prison. 2 questions are on the table. For which charges and for how long? But other than that, yeah, Diddy's going to prison. Thank y'all for coming by, stopping by the live. Please like the live. Please drop a comment. If you're not a subscriber already, please consider subscribing. I would appreciate the support. And until next time, bye y'all.